Happy Saturday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Saturday, April 4th, 2026. We are going to get started on our daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for today's daily collective read, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. Our other reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you are tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to find those full readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find them on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find them as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But before we begin today, first and foremost, most important question: how you doing today? Scale of 1 to 10. There are no wrong answers. We are coming out of a very interesting lunation cycle. Let's talk about it. Here's the thing about a Libra full moon in Aries season, and I went all into detail upon it over on the stack and over on the podcast, because the thing about it is Libra full moons can create deeper sense of balance, but you got to get uncomfortable to find new sorts of places to be comfortable in. It's a culmination. What we're basically experiencing right now is the final egress of Taurus moving out, the final egress of Uranus moving out of Taurus into Gemini, that is being punctuated by the full moon energy. And what is the message that we effectively see that we've been working through for the duration of Taurus and Uranus and Taurus, right? The only way to find a deeper sense of comfort is in the ability to step out of one's comfort zone, right? It's uncomfortable. It's annoying. It's frustrating. We feel squeamish. We feel awkward, right? It's often those modalities by which we often feel clumsy when we're trying to do something in different ways. But what's on the other side of that clumsiness? Finesse, right? Like it takes a little bit of work, and in that understanding is potentially going to help you if you're feeling that right now, because, and I just want to keep on stressing this, the work that I see that we're doing is really important, given the fact that we have a lot of really heavy planets in Aries while going through Aries season, while Mars itself is actually in Pisces, right? Because this is also a continuation of understanding that if you want to get stronger, you better get comfortable with being vulnerable, right? It's hard, right? It's annoying, and it's annoying. It's frustrating, right? It wears on you, but it wears on you, right? It wears on you in the best way possible, because sometimes when things wear on you, they're polishing those edges, right? It's that, like, and I want you to kind of think about that, right? If is it wearing on you, or is it polishing your edges? Now, this is having a different impact, specifically not only on the relationship cycles, but whether you connect to masculine, feminine, or non-binary energy. Bearing in mind that this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. We're going to dive a little bit into what we've been seeing energetically in those different energetic zones. Specifically, and I want to describe, sometimes when I'm reading for the energy, it's very similar, not so much right now. Why are we seeing that? Because for a lot of the work that we see that's happening right now, having to effectively heal one's relationship to vulnerability is requiring us to bring different things out, right? What does that look like on the space, on the shape of masculine? For a lot of the masculine energy right now is potentially recognizing the complicated relationship that one has with vulnerability, potentially working to heal that collectively for masculine energy, understanding that masculinity has never been a journey of shedding vulnerability. You need vulnerability. How can you get stronger if you can't be vulnerable, right? Because what happens is if you're afraid of vulnerability, you often just become top heavy at what you're good at, right? You lean into your strong suits. And as you lean into your strong suits, your vulnerabilities get more and more and more and more vulnerable, right? It's Achilles energy. That's what happens, right? When we don't necessarily address the thing that we don't consider our strong suit, it becomes, right? It becomes the weakest part about the self. And it also creates the modality by which we become extra sensitive about it, right? And so we see that that's a lot of the energy potentially working through that understanding. And understanding too, right, that the Achilles quality that often comes with the toxic masculinity perception. Because it's the toxic masculinity perception that says, pretend you're not vulnerable. Like, that's basically working into, right? It's working into the tragedy of Achilles, right? It's saying, don't, like, just pretend, oh, that thing, that part of you, like that part of you that's vulnerable, like that part of you that is your weakest part. Don't protect that. Just pretend it's not there, right? Energetically hide it. And so it effectively, what happens in those experiences is it often becomes, right? It's like where we put all of our fear, or where we put all of our anxiety, right? And what happens when we work through our fear, right? We work to integrate it. And what is the difference between compartmentalized fear and integrated fear? Compartmentalized fear is, and this is a little bit of a continuation that we're potentially seeing right now as we're continuing to do the work of healing from the time that when Pluto was in Capricorn, right? Because Pluto in Capricorn was like, if I don't see it, it's not there, right? Like, la, 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 la. It's like covering the eyes in terms of energetically avoiding something. While we see with Pluto in Aquarius, it's more about the understanding of allowing, right? Allowing the energetic fear to effectively be visible. So that way one can address it in ways that one hasn't before, right? And the only thing we have to be conscientious about, and I'll just point this out, and we're going to keep on talking about this, like the major thing we have to worry about in Pluto and Aquarian energy is inundation that leads to disassociation, right? Inundation that leads to disassociation is the hardest thing that we have to work through with Pluto in Aquarius. So it's also really important that you're not energetically disassociating right now, but you're allowing the context of being able to feel one's feelings in ways that allow you to have the ability to move frustration into places of deeper energetic focus. Now, and we see that there could be a lot of masculine energy that's doing that right now, but it's not easy. It may be feeling really frustrating. It may even be feeling like those modalities of doing a lot of unpacking or having a lot of feelings as it relates to experiences in the past that created that false narrative to masculine in relationality to what that pathwork is, or how one has to arrive into something that one was born into, right? Now this brings us to feminine energy. And for a lot of the feminine energy right now, this is potentially working through the observation of the paradox of vulnerability that feminine often feels that they are appealed to embody, right? Which is the modality by which another person says, right? Yes, I would just like you to be able to be as vulnerable as possible, but also can you hold all of this, right? The impossibility of situations and circumstances that require the feminine, right? The feminine to be able to carry everything, but also to try to do it effortlessly, is the modality that often creates the space by which feminine feels energetically broken, or the modality by which feminine feels that they're not dealing with things properly. because the modality by which we understand, right? The space by which, and this is what I meant, like watching out for that energy that we articulated with Aquarius in Pluto, right? Which is the modality of somebody articulating and saying, right? It's okay, it's no big deal. But instead, right, being transparent, right? Being transparent in terms of what they are effectively navigating. This is what's beautiful, and this is why we see transparency is beauty, because when we are energetically transparent with one another, we give each other the ability to succeed as successfully as possible, right? So I wouldn't be surprised right now if there's a lot of that feminine energy that's potentially feeling, right? Potentially working upon how to become more transparent, or the space, and I want to point out the transparency not being, right, not being the false transparency, which is the transparency by which another person articulates that everything's okay when it's not, because that is the most unhealthy thing that you can bring into the context of feminine. But the ability to be energetically clear in terms of what they themselves are dealing with, or what effectively they energetically fear, right? So this is a continuation of that work that we see that's allowing for a lot of the feminine to be able to articulate more. But do you see how for masculine, it may feel more akin at this time to being able to be transparent about the emotions that they carry within, right? Versus for feminine, potentially the ability to try to be more transparent in relationality to their energetic situations and circumstances. Now, this brings us to non-binary energy. And the non-binary energy I was reading for right now was definitely, it was in the most, there was a lot of catharsis and a lot of deep healing that was happening there. And effectively what we were identifying that was occurring in that space is having to go through, for a lot of that energy, working through the frustration of feeling the working through past experiences by which they effectively felt that they themselves had to effectively abandon their ability to emote in order to come into their authenticity, right? And this is what often happens in the space by which energy is not, energy is working upon being able to be energetically seen, felt, or heard, right? The modality by which the energy potentially feels frustration in experiences by which they see others having the liberty to energetically emote, seeing others having the ability to come into a space of authenticity, but often feeling that that is something that they had to move further away from in order to inhabit their own authentic selves, because it's a modality by which, right, working through the energetic frustration of trying to communicate an external frustration that one is perceiving, and another trying to project that as being an internal one. So the modality by which another person, right, isn't necessarily actively listening, but rather works through the context of trying to energetically deflect what needs to be worked upon through the context of trying to internalize something that is an energetic outside problem. So we see that for a lot of these relationships, literally having to deal with past trauma that required them to move, right? And I keep on seeing without communicating, right? The space by which they had to be energetically patient to move into spaces by which they felt that they could be seen and heard, still working through, and this is a hard part about that, the armor that we often need in a trauma environment becomes what's hard to effectively shed. It's hard to let go of. So we see that for a lot of those energies doing that work, it's not easy. There may be a lot of frustration and volatility that is arriving there, but the volatility potentially feels well placed because it's the energy that's effectively healing their relationship to anger or frustration, which is very ideal for the energy that we're currently experiencing, right? Because what do we effectively see with all of these planets right now that are in Aries, as well as with Mars and Mercury in Pisces, and then with Venus right? Then with Venus and Taurus, that's the energy that often someone says, like, oh, you seem angry, and being like, yes, there's nothing wrong with being angry, right? Being angry is not anathema. In fact, being angry is energetically valid when there are things to be angry about. And our ability to articulate upon what we are angry about identifies and solidifies our anger as it relates to fortifying the anger and the validity, because it's not the space by which another person articulates upon the fact that the anger itself is the issue. But you'll often see this in the shape of energy that tries to project, right? The modality by which you have a right to be upset and another person tries to energetically condemn you for seeming to be upset, right? The modality by which we understand, and that's often the sound of someone who's disassociated, because it's the expression and experience of understanding that our anger becomes validated when there is cause and reason for it to effectively exist. So we see that that's a lot of the energy that may be effectively healing their relationship to their anger at this time. And in the modality of doing so, potentially building into a deeper integration with themselves and their relationships in the process. Now, that is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Stack. I would also encourage you to head over to my Stack to learn more about our next tarot class, which will be occurring on Friday, April 17th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards in the wand suit. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my Stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. As a paid monthly subscriber, you will have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we have studied prior to beginning that next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class system, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader, as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events, as well as my online live schedule. And you'll also have updates on my mystic meditation articles, which give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards. I just wrote one recently on navigating this full moon energy that we just experienced. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey, as well as dream interpretation readings, which can be purchased per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. But let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally, because it is going to hit everybody a little bit differently. That said, we are going to get started on today's Daily Collective Read. Before we get started on the Daily Collective Read, we will be reading for anyone who has priority, which means anyone who got on the list prior to beginning today's Daily Collective. We currently have 5 people on the list for today. So if you get on the list right now, you will be the 6th person read for. You will also be the first person to be read for once we complete the Daily Collective Read. Also, if you're joining us across the other apps, you are also welcome to get on the list today. Just a reminder, if you're joining us across the other apps, if you're joining us on the place where we keep the videos, your paid membership there entitles you to the same offerings for subscribers that I listed, and I would very much like to be able to start offering paid subscriptions over on the place where we keep the photos as well. In order to do that, I need your help. Anyone who during this live heads over to the place where we keep the photos and gives me a follow there, I will be reading you a personal affirmation from the Guide for the Advanced Soul. And if you just comment followed in the comments, and if you are already following me there and would still like an affirmation, share the live with 3 individuals and comment shared in the comments, and I'll be happy to give you that affirmation as well. Excellent. And thank you, Natasha, for the follow. I'm not sure what you're speaking about, Robert. You'll have to be more clear. Exactly. Thank you as well. Good to see you. Ooh, we're doing a dream interpretation. Excellent. Looking forward to it. Oh, my dream journal lives beside my bed since yesterday. Excellent. And Kimmy, thank you for the follow. The main is maining today. Thank you, Julia. Good to see you. How are you doing today? Salam. Hi there, Ima. Hi there, Jess. How are you doing as well, Jasmine? I'm happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list is open. You'll be the 6th person read for. Thank you for the help, Kay. And guys, please thank our mod, Kay Megan, for their help today. Girl next door, thank you for the follow. How you doing today, Lisa? And thank you as well, as well. How you doing today as well, Per? You're on your daily walk. We can absolutely move your reading to after the collective. I'm happy to do so, Per. Just let me know. You'll be the first one we'll read for after it. Excellent. That said, we are going to get started on those personal readings. First person we're reading for today is going to be, we are going to be reading for Kay Megan. Kay Megan, if you're here, I mean, you're here clearly. Can you respond in all caps and let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anybody else would like to get on the list today for a personal reading, as I mentioned, the list is open. You will be the 6th person read for. You will also be the 2nd person to be read for after the Daily Collective. Yes, absolutely. We can definitely do a 1 card. What's the 1 card in relation to? Are we just doing a general? They saw a schedule. Bottom of a deck. I don't know why I'm getting a strong indication, something about a schedule that they saw. Bottom of Animal Spirit Guide. Yeah, fox energy. I'm not sure. I don't know if there's I don't know why I'm seeing. I feel like I'm getting a strong indication it's something related to a schedule that they saw that they were disappointed in seeing. All right. That said, would you let me, can you let me know what our first, I know we're doing 2 readings for you today. So can you let me know what that first reading is going to be? Yeah, I feel like especially with that fox energy, I feel like they asked for something that they didn't receive. Got it. Thank you for letting me know, dear. All right. All right, hold on. The first one is Inside Tea, friends, so I just need a moment to read it over. While I do so, I'm giving you guys a hearth warmer. The hearth warmer is right down in the chat, the last thing you saw that felt miraculous. Okay. Mm-hmm. Oh, wow. Reading this is very relevant on what I said. Got it. D, I'm happy to read for you, but these are donation-based readings. So if you want to get on the list here, the list is open. You'll be the sixth person read for and the second person read for after the daily collective. Because everybody we're reading for right now has had priority. They got on the list before we got started. Thank you. But I'm happy to read for that. Mm-hmm. Wow. I'm going to show you these cards and then we're going to get into it. I'm just going to show them to you. Okay, this is what I'm seeing. But this is what's underneath it. Double justice cards. I drew from two different decks and you got the justice card from both decks. I feel like I see somebody that has been made very clear. Like I keep on hearing the words immediate repercussion. I keep on hearing the words immediate repercussion. As in somebody has effectively, like, and I literally see a situation where someone says, are you threatening? And they're saying, no, I'm promising. Right? Because I just keep on, and I just keep on seeing a situation by which another person, like, I don't, like, I have to, like, I keep on seeing, I feel like I don't know if somebody has a rule about this, or someone has been burned before in terms of some kind of, like, drama. But I feel like this is cause and effect, is what I keep on seeing. It's cause and effect. It says to me like somebody being like, if this happens, this is what they know. It's like they don't even, it's not even a question. It's somebody who said this is what will happen. And I just keep on getting, the thing about it is there's a barrier. And even I keep on hearing, I literally see the space by which another person, right, identifies, like, and I feel like I can see them, like they completely identify the fact that there's something here, like that you guys kind of have that energy. But I feel like this is somebody, it feels to me, like, I'll put it this way, it feels to me even if you were to go towards them, they would experience a repercussion. I keep on hearing it saying it's their somebody's saying it's their responsibility, regardless of who initiates anything. It's one of those situations. Like, it's one of those situations, if they do something, they experience a repercussion. If you do something, they experience a repercussion. Right? But I keep on seeing, and I keep on seeing, and I know that you see that, and I see that, and it's unfair, but I keep on hearing somebody who's told them that. Like, I feel like it's somebody who had a very quick conversation with them and said, don't even think about it, and no matter, like, I don't care who starts it. You're gonna be on the end of the line. And I feel like this is potentially where you're seeing, like, some of that frustration that you're experiencing, right? Because I literally see a situation by which somebody has, like, again, like, they feel it too. You know, it's giving me like bear energy, right? Like, I almost see somebody that feels like there's something here that's somewhat irrepressible, but they, like, I keep wondering, it's irrepressible, but they also know, like, it's like, I keep on seeing, like, without a shadow of a doubt, like, what will occur. So, I feel like it's hard to read for, because I feel like whatever you're feeling, they're feeling it too. But the only difference between the way you're feeling and they're feeling is that they've had a talking to. Like, I don't know if this is, I don't know how this conversation came up. I don't know if someone was pulled aside. I feel like somebody was pulled aside on it. I feel like somebody was pulled aside on it because it's I feel like I keep on hearing it's like, it's palpable. You know, it's palpable. Other people see it's there. Right? The bottom of the deck on this. Yeah, like, this is like, I feel like I see, like, that's what I keep on seeing with this Six of Swords and its reversal. You know? Like, I feel like I see somebody who's, like, stuck between a rock and a hard place, because as much as they would like to come forward to you with some kind of proposal, I feel like they know without a shadow of a doubt, like, what would be on the other side of them doing so. And I almost see somebody who may be talking to somebody and being like, I feel like you're being, right? Like, I think you're being a little, like, hard lined on this, you know? But, like, I keep on getting the fact of someone, like, I just keep on seeing someone's been burned before on this real bad. Somebody's been burned before on this real bad. It's giving me a lot of, like, not in my house. Like, the risk is too great kind of thing. You know? Like, it's giving me a lot of this, like, I've heard this before, and it never, like, I can see somebody saying, like, I've heard this before, it never ends well. It's like somebody's too trauma informed on an experience like this to allow something to potentially grow and thrive, is what I keep on getting. Because I keep on seeing, like, I keep on hearing somebody say, I just don't take it personally, it's policy, is what I'm kind of getting. I just keep on hearing, don't take it personally, it's policy, which is the modality by which I see somebody who is trying to identify the fact that it would, like, I just keep on seeing that there's some kind of anxiety and relationality to that. So I feel like that's, you know, I would be very conscientious about it, because the one thing I keep on seeing is, and I wouldn't be surprised, like, and I just want to point out, like, if this is something that you tried to do, I wouldn't be surprised if energy like this would rebuff it for both of your best interests, not because they desire to rebuff it, but because they're trying to keep you, like, they're trying to keep you and them protected in relationality to where you are, is what I keep on seeing. But I keep on seeing like that. That's why I feel like I literally see somebody. I almost like, I want to point out when I see something like this, it would almost give me the energy of someone who's contemplating departure because something feels like torture, right? Like they're like, you know what I mean? Like they're I feel like I see somebody being like, like they're trying to figure out what to do about it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Kay. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for like I've literally like, I don't know why I've got like this vision of somebody who like fantasizes about like throwing an apron down and grabbing you by the hand and walking out the door with you is what I keep on seeing. You know what I mean? It's like, that's what, like, I feel like that's what I see them playing in their head. You know? Like I literally see this, and then like, that's what I feel like that, like I see that like rolling on some kind of tape in their head. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the 5th person read for. You'll also be the 2nd person read for after we begin the daily collective. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, being in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 6.1K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was giving that reading. Also, please remember, if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, I just need you to give me the date that you are added to the hold list, and I'll be happy to add you back as well. Okay. Yeah, okay, thank you for confirming what I was seeing about experiences in the past where that was an issue. Judge, thank you for the follow. I'm getting my toe. Oh, I got you, dear. Oh, you're not, you're not going to miss it here. If you're not available, we can always hold you. Yep. Yeah, I know. I had a feeling. Oh, I'm frustrated. They're frustrated. They feel like it's an impossible situation. Grand Rising, Siobhan. Oh, hope you're having a beautiful day in Florida. Yeah, I'm literally feeling that too. It doesn't feel like, no, I feel like I keep on saying it doesn't feel like a flirtatious thing. Right? It's just feeling like frustration. Yeah. It is throwing off his uniform and throwing in the towel. Same though. Yeah, and Pearl, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Yeah, exactly. How did I get here? Exactly. I don't want to say I told you. Unfortunately, yeah. Yeah, very tricky. I understand. It's like I see somebody being like, it's a really hard situation. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next one we are doing is a dream interpretation. Excellent. And this one is outside tea, fortunately. Okay. You know what it means? We've got a dream coming through. You know what that means? We got to bust out the dream coconut. Sweet. And just a reminder, friends, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channels. I'm going to read this one out loud. There is an inside portion to the dream. I will be keeping that between me and the person I'm reading for. Outside tea. I was working a shift with 2 of my coworkers, and I was super tired, so they let me curl up on the kitchen floor in some blankets and take a nap. I could hear someone leaning over me and talking or singing to prank me, So I reached out and yanked them towards me by the collar to pull them in by surprise. I couldn't open my eyes for some reason. I think it was like when you're slowly waking up. So I grabbed and touched their face to see if I could figure out who it was through touch. As I opened my eyes, I saw I had grabbed an individual's face and was holding their beard in my hands. I thought it would be scratchy, but I was surprised that it was super soft. I said, I knew it was you, and let go, and he ran away, surprised by my touch. Another scene, I was in a car with these two individuals again. I was in the back seat, and they were driving, and the person that I have feelings for was in the front. They were talking, and I felt left out, but then he was suddenly in the back seat with me, talking and surprised about how much we were connecting. And I need to read the inside portion. Bear with me. Yep. Got you. 4 cards. There's that Justice card again, man. You can't get away from it. This is, I've used 3 different decks for you, and all of them have pulled out the Justice card on this, right? So the dream, how do I explain this? What's the best way? How's the best way I can explain this? The dream is trying to show, okay, a healthy manifestation goal is a manifestation goal that is shared by all, right? A healthy manifestation goal is a manifestation goal that's shared by all. And this dream is a portion of an energetic read, but it's also showing the modality of what's possible when energy is working in favor of the manifestation goals that we're trying to bring into alignment. And why do we effectively see this? Because we've got in this dream the person that you care about, right? The person you have feelings for, right? And I like the fact that you did 2 readings because it's very helpful for the purposes of the dream. We see clearly that there is an obstacle, right? There's a tangible obstacle between you and this individual being together. And it's the observation that that obstacle is one by which, if either one of you effectively try to clear it, there's going to be an energetic repercussion, right? So what do we see that's happening in the dream space? The guides are showing you the ideal situations that can occur when energy is in alignment to our manifestation goals, right? And because what do we see that's happening in the dream space, right? You got two angelics around you that are in cahoots. Okay. you got two angelic energies around you. They're like, we don't care about the obstacles. They're not our obstacles. Those are their obstacles, right? And you see that, right? What do you see in the form of these 2 individuals, right? That are working on your energetic behalf in the dream space, right? You're super tired. Okay, here, right? You see them taking care of you. But what are they doing as they're taking care of you? They're creating the ideal conditions for inadvertent intimacy to happen, right? So here we see, like, you didn't articulate to them. You just said you were tired. It's a very strange thing for someone to say, oh, you're tired? Oh, here, why don't I make you a bed? Right? Here, why don't I make you a hidden bed? why don't I make you a hidden bed? Why don't I make you a hidden bed under this table where nobody can see you, right? So do you see, it's the observation that they're helping you, but they're also helping you. Do you see what's happening there? They're helping you on many levels. They're like, oh, no, they're tired. No, they're tired. Yeah, so we made them a secret bed. We made them a secret bed. And then who appears, who randomly appears at your secret bed, right? The person, which again, you don't know what's happening there, right? They don't know what's happening either. They don't know you're under the table, right? So the modality by which, right? What do you see that's happening? There's you, right? You're going under the table. There's them. And where are they? You remember what you said? You said you heard talking or singing. To prank you wasn't a prank that was happening to you. You aren't the one being pranked, right? The person being pranked was the person above. They were probably saying to them, you should look under the table. There's something there for you, right? It wasn't the space by which they were pranking you. They were trying to create the ideal situation by which you and another person could move towards the manifestation goal while not breaking the energetic restriction that another person placed between you, right? So because look at them, they're going, look, and I want to show you this. Look at the cards around them. Like, this is the obstacle, right? This is you, right? And that's them going, oopsies, oopsies. Right? And so that's the first part, right? You see the situation by which, right, when energy cares for us, they try to create the ideal conditions for us. So there we see the ideal conditions that are being created to allow the arrival point into, right, a deeper possibility. And what do we see in the next scenario? We identify another scenario that you said, again, you're in the car with those two energies. And you said that you were in the back seat. And again, one of them was driving. And the person that you have feelings for was in the front. They were talking and you felt left out. But then suddenly, right, they were in the back seat with you, talking and surprised at how much you were connecting. Because that is a continuation of the dream that says, right, through, right, you're navigating a manifestation goal that you desire to happen. And it's not necessarily the ability for it to occur is something that might not necessarily be able for you or another person to facilitate. But these are like, this just shows you how much our guides are often working towards our benefit, right? Because the guides are effectively showing you all of the possibilities that could potentially occur that would allow it to facilitate without necessarily damaging, right, what another person has articulated is the energetic restriction point. Now this brings us to the inside portion of the dream. And the inside portion of the dream that you identified is important because I need to point out something that you identified, which is the space by which you thought in the first part of the dream that the energy was trying to prank you, right? But this is often the space by which we understand. Sometimes it's only a prank if it's funny, right? It's only a prank if it's funny, which is the observation of you seeing the space by which you said that you saw someone who was braiding someone's hair, right? And the modality by which we understand that. And this is important because, and this is the thing that you have to understand. The only way that something feels like it's energetically helpful is if, right, we don't have our own energetic intentions. And the harm that could sometimes occur in modalities like this is when another person, and this is often what can happen, when another person is trying to do things for our benefit, right? but they don't run them by us, then we operate into the space by which we might not necessarily be doing something, even if our intentions are pure, it's not how it's energetically received. And this is potentially, right? This is potentially showing the difference between how you might energetically receive experiences like that, right? Which is a space by which you feel energetically delighted versus how that person might feel about it, right? Because we've articulated the fact that we see this person potentially trying to get, we've articulated the fact that there is a quality by which this person feels overprotective of you, right? And the identification point by which someone made fun of them in the dream space about something and they stopped, right? And what did they say to the person that made fun of them when they were doing something? They said, they effectively said, right? They said, you ruined, right? You ruined. They articulate the fact that the person ruined the moment that they were trying to create with that person to build a point of intimacy. And the thing that you have to understand, and this is what I keep on identifying, is, the space by which we feel intimate, right, is often like it's the space by which something is ruined when we're trying to be intimate and another person makes us feel embarrassed for it, right? It's not the fact that it ruined it. And I keep on saying the space of that person that you saw in the dream space was effectively you, right? Because it's the space by which, remember how I said that somebody has been told that they have to energetically be protective of you, right? So the modality by which another person is trying to do, right, the things that they can to get closer to you, right? But even in the space by which they're trying to get closer to you, another person is making fun of them, right? That's what we see. You're basically seeing the situation that they're energetically placed in. But the thing is, you're seeing it. You're seeing the situation between you both, the way others are seeing it, and outside, right? You're seeing it in another person's eyes. And what did you see? What did you see in that experience? You said that there was weirdness there and it was out of place, but you accepted it. What you are energetically feeling is potentially the feelings of the person that put the restriction there, right? That is, you are effectively embodying, like the guides were putting you in the embodiment point to help you see what the person who put the restriction is seeing. Even though, right, and I know this, I know you're going to get upset by this, even though I know that you don't feel you don't feel the characteristics of how you saw them, the person whose hair was being braided, right? I know that you don't feel that that's what you look like, but that's how another person sees you. That's how the person who put the restriction sees you, right? And so the argumentation that you saw there is effectively like it's giving you an indication of the argument that happened between them in the space by which another person said, right, like they were trying to get close to you and another person made fun of them, and then they said you ruined it, because it feels like that's what keeps happening, right? Every time they try to facilitate getting close to you, another person starts teasing them, right? And it ruins it because, again, and what did you say? You thought that they were pulling a prank on you, right? So here's this person who's constantly trying to come towards you earnestly, but then when the face of others laughing around you, it makes it feel to you like a prank, instead of recognizing that they're not a part of the laughing of it. They're being laughed at too. Bottom of the deck. Well, we got two bottoms of the deck here, right? It's hard, right? And this is what I see. Like, this is the space by which I feel like you and another person are feeling frustrated, because it's a space by which you don't want to be another person's source of entertainment, right? And the thing about it is I literally see a situation by which this is almost articulating the fact that somebody cares about you, right? And when you care about each other, like it doesn't it's not funny that something that you're going through is hard, because I just keep on seeing a situation by which somebody's trying to earnestly be in, like, get close to you, but everybody is making it funny because which is creating that impossibility space. So again, I feel like this is the this is the beauty, this is the beauty of and I need to stress this, and this is really important. um, our guides never tell us what to do, right? Our guides are not here to tell us what they do. They tell us everything we need to know in the environment that we're in to be able to make the determinations that we feel are energetically best. And so I feel like even this dream is the guides trying to show you the full environment so that you can determine the best way to energetically proceed. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list today, you will be the fourth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And Philessa, thank you for the follow, dear. How long are you going to be on for? It all depends, dear. So we've got 4 more readings, and then we're going to do the daily collective, and then we've got 5 more spots left. So probably next few hours. I'd like to do my reading today. Okay. Well, if you want to get on the list, I just need to know the date that you got added to the list, and I'll be happy to add you, but just let me know when you get back. We'll probably still be here. Hi there, Phoenix. Oh, I'm sending you so much support on that journey, dear. That makes sense. Maybe looking at an inner child. Oh my goodness, Phoenix. Oh Lord, I hope everything's okay. Sending you so much support. Utah, I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. List is open. Oh my goodness. Oh, Phoenix. Well, I'm happy to do a dream interpretation if you'd like more clarity on it. And Jill, thank you for those gifts. No, I can see why it's not funny. Absolutely, Kay. How you doing today, Creative? You're so welcome, Kay. And thank you for reposting, Jill. You're so welcome, Kay. I have no idea. I understand. Sending you so much support. All right, my friends, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Per. Per, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the 4th person read for. Oh yeah, Per actually said that they wanted to go after. She wanted to go after the Daily Collective. So the next person on the list is actually Lisa. Lisa, if you're actually back? Okay, great. Never mind. Wait, Lisa, please hold. We're going to do Per's reading. Excellent. I'm so glad to hear you're out of the woods right now, Phoenix. Sending you so much support on that journey. How you doing today, Minnie? No, you don't have to apologize. You got the spot. You got on the list before. It's entirely up to you. Oh, you need a couple of minutes. Okay, perfect. Oh, great. We're doing dream interpretation. Great. Hold on a moment. Just bear with me a moment. Okay. What do we have here? And you know what it means when we're going to do a dream interpretation? We're going to get out the dream coconut. Just a reminder to anyone who's joining us across the other apps, you can also get on the list today via my tree that is Binks in my bio. Also, for anyone who is joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, your paid membership there includes the same rate that we mentioned for subscribers, and you're also eligible for one cards. And I'd like to be able to offer that over on the place where we keep the photos, but I need your help with that, friends. If you make sure to give me a follow over on the place where we keep the photos and comment followed, I will be reading you an affirmation from the Guide for the Advanced Soul. And if you're already following me there and would also like an affirmation, I just need you to share the live with 3 friends and comment shared, and I'll be happy to give that affirmation as well. Well, we can definitely read for it, Phoenix. But it sounds like you've already got a good handle in terms of what you think it's about. Excellent. You have a beautiful day, Kay, and thank you for being here, and thank you for allowing me to read for those dreams. Yep. Yep, absolutely. Let's continue right now. Excellent. And before we continue, let's warm up the intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the water dragon. Thank you, guys. We'll do it again after the next reading. And we're doing a dream, so that means we're going to bust out the dream coconut. And going to pin up. Yeah, we got a dragon. Got close. It's mine. All right. I'm going to pin up Lisa here. Make sure to give them some love. I remember being at brunch with my friends and my family, celebrating and getting ready to send us off. I remember eating and mingling one moment and then moving into a space of sudden awareness, asking what time it is. And I noticed it was way later than I thought it would be. So we head over to the airport with my friends and my mom. We were all in my old car. We get to checking in and I begin to panic because the takeoff is somehow only 25-ish minutes away. 1:45 flight time. As we hurried to the gate, my mother said goodbye to us, checking that we have everything. I felt anxious. I got on the plane and started moving on the runway, but I realized I still had my car keys that my mom was supposed to have. I asked the pilot to let me drop these off, and he refuses, saying, "If we stop, do you realize I have to log that?" And it felt like he was continually on a runway, but it was a road in a town, and I was seeing these restaurants and businesses and trees, wishing I could just throw my keys out for my mom. That's all I remember, but it was so vivid in my mind. I want to read on this. What's the message from my guides here, or my subconscious? So it's interesting because, I mean, the dream is effectively a shadow work dream. And the dream is a shadow work dream in relationality, um, in relationality to having to effectively always be in the space by which we're trying to remember everything. And again, it's a very clear shadow work dream, because like one of the things that we often see in shadow work dreams is, and I want to point this out, you identified the fact that you were with friends and family celebrating and getting ready to be sent off somewhere, right? And you said that you were eating and mingling one moment and then moving into a space of sudden awareness and asking what time it is. And you noticed it was later than it would be. So you headed over to the airport with your friends and your mom. So I need to stress this, right? There's something important that we see that's happening in this dream space. And the dream space is that you going through the shadow work of feeling like if you are not on top of everything, then nothing gets effectively done, right? Because you have to take into consideration that it seems like you are having a celebration party, right? You were having a celebration party, a send-off party, as it was, because you were going somewhere. But what do we see that's happening in the space of the send-off party, right? Nobody is asking you or checking on when you're supposed to get somewhere, right? So the modality by which, right, even in the space by which you're trying to enjoy something, it's the space by which you feel like you can't necessarily enjoy it because you're too much in the space of having to energetically check all the time. And so what do we see that was happening? In the context by which you weren't being cared for in the space of the party. And I will point this out because this is important to notate. Often shadow work shadow work arrives in our dream space in energy that we would not expect it from, right? And the reason that the guides effectively do that is to show us how far beyond the pale it is what we've experienced by putting it in energy that we would never see it from. So I'm not articulating this in any way, shape, or form as potentially being related to your family, but the context by which the guides are utilizing the family to help you heal the trauma of a situation or circumstance by which you're trying to get ready for something, but the energy that is potentially trying to celebrate you isn't effectively helping you to be able to do things in the way that feel that they're most steadying, right? They were more involved. They were more like, this is often the space by which what we're receiving isn't what we energetically need. Because what you needed in that moment, right? What you needed in that moment was energy that was trying to help to facilitate you getting where you needed to go, not throwing you a party that was thus delaying you getting there. So we see, right, we already see the shape of the trauma that you're healing from, because it's the energy that wasn't necessarily doing something for your benefit, but the space by which, right, they utilize something happening to you to throw themselves a party, right? It's like, it's the modality by which, it's not, and I would be very curious about how you felt in that experience, because the modality, this often happens when another person tries to give us things that they think are gifts, and we say, this isn't what I actually need, right? And that's often the feeling by which they're not giving it to us, they're doing it more for themselves. So this is potentially the shape that we see, the shadow work of experiences by which, I like to call this, right, you're healing from token reciprocation. And what is token reciprocation? Token reciprocation is the experience by which someone gives you something, but it's not helpful. It's the last thing you actually need in order to energetically facilitate something, because you didn't articulate, right? It's not the space. If you had articulated to someone that you needed a party, then that's the space by which it would have been a gift. But the modality by which the party was actually preventing you from getting to the place that the party was claiming to celebrate the fact that you were going often shows the fact that you're potentially experiencing circumstances and situations like that you're working to heal from. We see this continuing in the space by which you identified that you got to the airport, you got to the locationality where you were supposed to go with all of those people, right? All of those people, okay? Everybody's there with you, and you're in an old car, and you're going to check in, and you begin to panic because you realize that takeoff is 25 minutes away, and it's a 145-minute flight. Now, it's really important to notate, right? It's really important to notate that we can't typically see numbers in the dream space. So whenever we see numbers in the dream space, it's very energetically important, specifically and particularly because the experience of effectively working through circumstances and identifying what they mean, like these are effectively the guides bringing these numbers forth to you. So what do we see in the modality of identifying the 25 minutes, right? It's the circumstance or the experience by which you've got 25 minutes away and a 145-minute flight. So it's and I want to point out 4 and 5 and 10, and 1 is 10, right? And 2 and 5 is 7. So we've got 7 and 10 there. So this is working through, right? This is working through identifying into, trying to arrive towards your own divinity, or the modality by which we understand you potentially working towards the completion of something. And you said, as you hurried to the gate, your mother said goodbye to us. And this is the important thing, right? Checking that you have everything, right? So again, it's the work that we identify. And again, this is articulating the shape by which, right? It wasn't the space by which they shouldn't have checked if you had everything. They needed to check if they had everything, right? The modality of remembering that the whole purpose was not there to be present with you, to see it, but to make sure to try to facilitate it occurring in the best way possible. So what do you see that's potentially happening there? You said that you went to the gate and they waved goodbye to you to check you had everything. You felt anxious because the anxiety was potentially recognized when you said you started moving to the runway and you realized you still had your car keys, right? Which is again, that in itself is strange. Why would the energy, right? Why would the energy that knew that they had to bring your car back not have the keys before they even left? So the modality of, again, working in a deficit, specifically because, right, the energetic attention that is required is not one of potentially celebrating, right? Because the celebration does not facilitate you going on the trip. The celebration is something that they have for themselves. The space of going with you is the space by which they're helping you be an energetic companion. But the modality by which, if they were actually helping you, they would ask you what you needed. They wouldn't say to you, do you need everything? They would say, do I have everything I need in order for you to be able to do this effectively? And that's where we identify the fact that you said, right, you told the pilot that you had to drop those keys off. But I need to stress this again. The modality by which, and this is what's frustrating about it, you should not be in a position by which you have to go back to get the keys. If you were there with all of those individuals, it would have been easy for any one of them to come to you. That's what should have been energetically occurring in that moment. It shouldn't create the space by which you have to get off the plane. it would be far easier. And you even identified the fact that it wasn't just the fact that there was one energy there. You said that there was a whole group of people, right? Any one of those individuals could have rushed to the plane, what you identified. You said they could have easily had the time to do so because they're not on a clock. And all it would have taken was one of them going to an attendant to tell them that they needed the keys, and everything becomes energetically copacetic. Everything becomes eased in that moment. And the reason it becomes eased is specifically and particularly because it's the observation of the energy that is facilitating the ability for you to do what you're trying to do to the best of your own energetic ability. So that is potentially the observation that we recognize there. First, in the modality by which you identify and see the shape of what you're healing from, but also the fact that you're being put in positions in the dream space by which you overcorrect and feel that you are the energetic failure, when the failure point is not the self, but the energy that isn't truly supporting you being able to do the things that you're doing to the best of your possible way of doing it. And this brings us to, right? This brings us to the fact that you said it felt like, right? And even in the space where the pilot said, if we stopped, you realize I have to log that. And it felt like you was continually on the runway, but it was in a road in town, right? What you see is happening there. And I need to point this out, right? The pilot was trying to help you because the pilot couldn't let you off the plane. But the pilot was creating the space by which they were extending the time of their departure to effectively see if the energy would basically arrive to allow the space of being able to truly help you, right? And that's the space by which you said it was a road to town. You said you were continually on the runway, and you said it was a road to town, and you were seeing the restaurants and the businesses and the trees, and you said you wish you could throw the keys out to your mom. But it's the observation of the pilot that was driving you through your town and was delaying it in the process to show you how the energy was not supporting you to the best of their abilities, because it's the observation of some saying, I'm right here. They know exactly where I am. They know where to find you, right? They're not going anywhere. But the modality by which at any moment, all it would take was for them to effectively move towards it. Like that is the observation of the pilot potentially trying to articulate to you, right? Trying to show you the fact that you're overcorrecting instead of identifying what should be occurring at that moment. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, particularly with the King of Swords in its reversal. Now, the King of Swords, in its reversal, identifies and articulates upon, and I feel like, again, I need to stress this, shadow work dreams often don't arrive in the form that we expect. So this might not necessarily, even though we see this in the form of your family in the shadow work dream, this might not be the direction by which the shadow work is coming from, because frequently in the dream space, the shadow work comes through in a form that we would never anticipate it, to show us how absurd it is. But often in the space by which we have a shadow work dream, we can't feel something that we haven't experienced. So these are the guides showing you some kind of situation by which you may feel like you're healing from having to be hyper independent. And the hyper independence requires you to constantly feel like it's your fault when things are going wrong, instead of recognizing the nature of what it feels like to be in a supportive environment. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list The list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Being semi-lio, please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Okay. Hi there, Lisa. Excellent. Get on the list if you had the long dreams. Happy to read for them. Oh, sending you support on that journey, Phoenix. You were close. Right animal, wrong element. Pretty close, yes. Interesting. Yeah, shadow work again. Yeah, the collective's working hard. Bob, you can be anywhere right now. So I'm not sure why you're making the energetic choice of being here, which means there's clearly something here that you need. I've got a very simple rule which says you can stay and continue to receive what you need from these readings, but you have to be kind. And that kind extends to me as well. Thank you for respecting the rules of the chat space. Amatri, I'm afraid I don't understand what you're typing there, but if you want to be able to, if there's any way that you could translate, I'd be able to communicate better. Thank you. Yeah, I hope you're well. Oh, thank you. I missed most of the reading. It's okay, dear. No problem. It'll all be up. You know where it is. Yep. Yeah, this is deep. It is a deep reading. Yeah, the childhood trauma. You're so welcome, dear. Absolutely. And thank you for being here and receiving this message. Hi there from Bridgetown. How you doing today? All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today, the next person we're on the list for today is Lisa. Actually, correct. No, sorry. We just did, the list is confused. The next person on the list is Per. Per, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the 4th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Being semi-lio, please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Excellent. And thank you, It's My, for that beautiful, that adorable gift. We are doing our 2 gift giveaways today, my friends. First is when we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is going to be a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. Bridget is currently in the lead with that gift. Thank you, dear. Excellent. All right. The next person we're reading for today is Per. If Per is not here, yes, I can do mediumship readings in terms of them if they've crossed over, depending on their own willingness to communicate. Yeah. And thank you for that beautiful gift, Bridget. I appreciate you. General question in the disco. I got you, dear. Excellent. And just a reminder to anybody who's joining us across the other apps, we read for here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, and aura. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channels. You're so welcome, Franny. Does crossing over mean pass from the living or pass through the veil? I mean, I can read for any energy. I mean, if you're saying that if they're in a between state, I can also read for them there. And sometimes they indicate to me if they're in a between space. If that's what you're describing. Yeah. All right, let's continue. All right, and the next person we are reading for, and just a reminder too, for anybody joining us across the on the place where we keep the videos, if you would like to, if you are a member over on the place where we keep the videos, you are entitled to the same membership benefits that we list as subscribers. You're also entitled to one card. And if you are joining us over on the place where we keep the photos, I'm trying to get membership status there. I need your help with that. So if anybody could take a moment today to follow me there and comment followed, I'll be giving you an affirmation from a guidebook for the advanced soul. And if you share this live with 3 friends and comment shared, I will also give you that affirmation. The gifts are really cute. That was what you were asking. Okay, good. I was glad to confirm. Yeah, because I can see them there. Absolutely. Yeah, let's continue. All right, we're going to continue. The next person we're reading for. All right. Oh my goodness. Pearl, you keep on giving us pictures. I love it. So for those who are on the disco, this reading has pictures attached to it. Okay. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We've got the eagle. Thank you. We'll do that again after the next reading. Is this inside tea or outside tea? Outside, thank you. Okay, perfect. I was talking to my mom on the phone yesterday, asking her where her dog will be staying while she travels in the month of May. And she said, with you. It's a very mom thing to do. Of course, I will care for the dog because I adore her. But I don't know how the dog and my cat will coexist together. They are very different energies. The first introduction did not go well. I wasn't home and my mom was in the neighborhood and decided for the animals to meet. Yeah, my mom promised to start with an introduction soon. Some advice, please, on how to navigate their time together. I'm not even that worried about the dog because she will miss everything anyway, no matter the location. I am worried my cat will lose it even if she's twice the size of the dog. Okay, can I get 2 cards for each of these energies? Thank you. The thing about it is I feel like it's how much time do you have before this happens is what I keep on seeing. The thing I need to stress, the thing that I need to stress that I'm seeing here has to do with this energy. I don't think that this energy is aware of the fact that they're leaving. So you need to start preparing for this now, which says they need to start coming over. They need to start getting used to it. And I keep on seeing you can't just have a situation by which this energy drops in and expects everything to be fine. I feel like this energy is very high frequency. which says that like you need, like they're only gonna feel comfortable if they're like, and here's the thing about it, like it's not just the fact that they have to come over with them, they have to leave them there without them. Because you have to understand, they go everywhere together. You know? Like they go everywhere together. And I feel like I see somebody that I just keep on getting, like I feel like the energy, the thing about this energy that I'm picking up is it's newer energy, which means it doesn't, like they don't recognize or identify the full shape or nature of what is potentially occurring, is all I keep on seeing. And so you have to articulate to them that they need to start bringing them over, and then they need to start leaving them there, right, for short periods. Because um, if not, I feel like it's going to potentially irrevocably harm the relationship, is what I keep on seeing. Because I keep on thinking, I keep on seeing that they're like, that you're potentially going to go through all the stages of grief in terms of someone feeling like they did something wrong, is what I keep on getting. This is very young energy. And I just keep on seeing, if you don't want this energy depressed for the time that they're there, getting them used to it is going to make it energetically easier. And if not, I keep on seeing, if they can't do it with you, they have to do it with other people. They have to do it with other people. They have to do it with other people in relationality to building into the normalcy that the observation of moving away from something is energetically, is the point of ease, is what I keep on seeing, right? That they can be somewhere and stay somewhere, and someone will come back for them. That's what they need to start to prepare them for. So you need to potentially talk to them about making sure that they are planning experiences by which they are used to them leaving them with another person. And it doesn't have to be you, is what I keep on seeing. It doesn't have to be you. In terms of your pet, I don't see this being a hard at all. In fact, the thing about it is, like, I feel like your pet is going to give them um, a lot of bandwidth. And the reason I keep on seeing the fact that, like, the reason I keep on seeing the fact that your pet's kind of um, it's like I keep on getting, like, they do a lot of this. Like it's a lot of that. It's a lot of that. It's a lot of that energetic circling. And the thing I keep on seeing um, with the circling is the circling I'm identifying is, how do I describe this? Um, I feel like they're trying to, I don't know if there was something that happened last time that they were in proximity to one another, but something I keep on seeing there um, has to do specifically with the, how do I describe this? I keep on hearing they recognize that the energy has to come to them, is the best way I keep on seeing it. Right? Because I feel like at some point, I don't know if something happened last time they were there that they tried to come to them, but that's not going to happen again. Right? So I feel like there's like, it feels to me like I don't see any energetic difficulty in the space of your pet, specifically because the pet itself is just going to give them, like they're just giving them some space and some bandwidth is what I keep on identifying there. I want to give you bottom of the deck on this, so something to keep going forward. Yeah, where'd the deck go? Yeah, we've got the Three of Pentacles here. So I feel like there's something important there in recognition of being able to, there's a lot of pentacle energy here. And I don't know why, but it feels like it's food related, which is, I almost like, I feel like the only issue that might happen is related to food, because I feel like, I don't know why, I'm getting some kind of energy off of this. Like there's a little bit of vacuum cleaner energy here, is what I'm seeing. Right? Like it's giving me a little like, don't mind if I do. And this energy is like, no, don't. Like that's what I keep on getting. Like, don't mind if I do. And another energy being like, please don't, which is the observation, right? The observation of another. Like potentially the only time I see that might be an issue is if there's something food related here. So I think that there's something about planning. I don't know if there's a way that you can divide meals or make sure that they eat separately, because I feel like that's the only place I can see some kind of friction in relationality to something potentially occurring there. Because there's, like I said, like there's a lot of this, like I just keep on seeing the energy doesn't mean to do it intentionally, but it's just they're much more in sharing mode. And I feel like if they're in sharing mode, like this is someone who's gonna potentially create an educational moment if that were to occur, is what I keep on seeing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list for the reading, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. I also see them eating things that are not food, which is what I would also stress for, because I see like some kind of tendency of putting anything like like I told you, it's little energy, which is not the space by which they discriminate as to whether it's food. But if it's small, I keep on seeing they're going to pick it up. So I'm just going to point that out. I don't know if that's something that you know about them, but I'm just seeing that heavily there. Thank you so much for having that. It's like you almost have to baby proof, is what I'm getting. The next thing, thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the 3rd person read for today. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Going to bear with me a moment as I read over the comments that came through. Just reading over. And also just a reminder, hold on a moment. Okay. All right. Thank you, Emmanuel, for the follow. And thank you for those gifts, Bridget. Mm-hmm. 6 weeks. Yes. Yeah, they do go everywhere together. Yeah, they're 3 times a week, every week. We're starting next week. Okay, good. Problem is we don't live in proximity to each other. It doesn't have to be you that it practices on, like that they practice with. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're practicing. Okay, they are practicing with other people already. Okay, great. Okay, perfect. I'm very glad to see that. Mm-hmm. I mean, an overnight, here's the thing about it. If they can do an overnight somewhere else, like it's the overnight is what I keep on seeing because I feel like I don't know if this energy sleeps with them is what I keep on if they haven't done an overnight, make sure they're doing overnights. It's different. I was getting it was different. It's different at night. We're doing Laurel, we've got the prioritized personals before we start. We're doing the prioritized personals before we start the collective. Yep, absolutely. Excellent. An educational moment. Yeah, exactly. You're so welcome, Per. Mm-hmm. Oh, thank you again, Laurel. I got you. Yep. Yeah, so yeah, you have to like it's not practice if it's not overnight. Is what I keep on seeing because I keep on seeing if they like even now they just are like, oh, they're coming back, but the understanding that they can stay overnight somewhere and they'll still come back, like that's what you have to make sure that you're dealing with. Okay, let's continue right now. The next person on the list is It's Mine. Let's see, pulling up. Okay. Um, and before we continue right now, just a reminder, this is the final reading we will have before we start today's daily collective. So if you are sticking around for the daily collective, it will be next. And also, if you want to get on the list to be read for once we complete the daily collective, the list is open and you will be the first person read for after we finish the collective. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio, please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Reading over. Okay. And we are also at 9.4K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. And is this inside tea or outside tea? It's mine. We're also doing 2 giveaways right now. The highest gifter today will also be receiving a free reading. Currently, Bridget is in the lead for that. And when we get to 50K, I will also be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. Okay. All right, I have not gotten confirmation as to whether this is inside tea or outside tea. So I'm going to keep this, this is now inside outside tea, which means if you're on the disco, you'll be able to read for it, and I'm going to keep it private. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Ain't it fun? Everybody likes this stuff, and then they got to deal with it. Okay. hilarious. I get it. No. This is disco tea. It's disco tea. All right. Disco tea. I got you. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, it's angelic. Hold on. Yep, I know. Yep. Okay, so here's the thing about it, and I think you kind of know it too. I mean, the first thing you have to understand is, and the thing about it is, when you've got a gift like this, you have to be conscientious with it, because I like to describe the two words that the guide's bringing forth are crazy, scary, right? Right? It's like they're like, it's like someone thinks you're nuts, or they're terrified. You thought it were crazy, but now you're just scared. It's like, it's that type of energy. You know, like it's a lot of that. You know, and I think that the thing you have to understand, and this is why I always like to point out, like, what's the first thing that an angel says? Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Be cool. Be cool. And I think that that's like that's the thing about it, though. And the thing you have to kind of recognize, in relationality to this, is, you know, your ability of taking note on things, you know, and it's really and there's nothing nicer, right? There's nothing better. And this is why we talk about, like, this is why we talk about the beauty of having, like, a healthy mentor, because a healthy mentor will help you understand, right? A healthy mentor will help you understand, like, what the detritus is versus what feels like it's pinning into a point of accuracy, you know? And I feel like you are effectively getting a better energetic handle of that, on to a certain extent, right? But it's you know, and this is what we've kind of talked about this, like, we've talked about this together as well, which is the understanding of the fact that not everybody's going to energetically get it, and that's okay too, right? The modality by which something is beneficial for you is understanding, and I keep on hearing, and a lot of the work that and it's like every time I read for you, it's like it just I immediately move up, right? And I mean, like, because you've got a lot of air energy, and the thing about it is, like, when you've got a lot of air energy, it's very hard. It's very hard to stay focused when the wind is blowing everywhere, right? It's very hard to stay focused when the wind is blowing everywhere, which is the modality by which we ourselves, like, recognize or identify what feels like it's helpful is, and I think that you're getting better at doing that too, right? Because, and I want you to understand, and I think that you're picking up on this as well, not everything you receive, right? Not everything you energetically receive, like, make sure that you're not adding dread to things, right? Because, and I feel like there's a lot that I'm seeing here in terms of your ability to attenuate to others' passing thoughts. And the thing about it you have to understand is sometimes passing thoughts are just passing, right? Sometimes passing thoughts are just passing because they're passing by, right? And so I feel like there's a lot of that energy that I see around you, right? Because sometimes, and I need to point this out, if someone's not in a good space, they might be having a lot of dread thoughts, right? And that's really difficult, right? Because suddenly it's like their dread thoughts become your dread thoughts, right? And I keep on seeing sometimes a dread thought is just a dread thought, right? Think about how many Think about how many dread thoughts you have on a daily basis, right? There's probably a lot of them there. But the modality by which, right? And I feel like, one of the things I see that one of your guides is articulating is making sure, I keep on hearing, you need a book of better thoughts. You need to create a book of better thoughts. And the reason I keep on seeing this is because every time I read for you, you need an energetic anchor point. So the modality by which you understand that you can cleanse your thoughts, right? You can cleanse your thoughts as easily as potentially recognizing or identifying, especially if you have the tendency of picking up on others' dread thoughts, the ability to effectively energetically purify your thoughts is the modality of you potentially collecting, right? You collecting like a book of better thoughts. So the modality by which you have like a book of better thoughts that help you kind of find yourself, right? The thoughts that you know that are yourself to be true, like let them serve as the energetic anchor as you're continuing to attenuate in terms of what feels energetically healthy versus something that you're just picking up in the air. And I'll tell you right now, the hard part with energy like this is like whenever I wouldn't be surprised if your thoughts like change depending on the news cycle, right? Because the modality by which others feel, right, energetic anxiety, I wouldn't be surprised if you're often feeling like bearing the brunt of it, even if you're probably bearing the brunt of it, even if you're not paying attention to it, right? Like you're bearing the brunt of it, and this is important too. You're probably bearing the brunt of it, even as you're not paying attention to it, specifically and particularly because even that can serve as a point of affirmation. Even in that, right? Write things down. Even in that is affirmation, right? So it's not the space, the space by which you can write down an inference, right? You can write down an inference and then allow yourself to be able to understand, right? To figure out where they're energetically coming from. This is you basically attenuating. And again, I keep on saying, you being able to ground through this is being able to decipher what's helpful versus you having to, like, I see a lot of, this is going to be a lot of your work, right? And a lot of this work is like, that's not helpful. Get out of here. That's not helpful. What is this? What is this? It's a lot of that. It's like, no. What have you brought me? No. What have you brought? No, that's not. That's not. So just be conscientious of that. Bottom of the deck on this reading. And again, you're kind of you're working through, right? Even the way that you're identifying it, like you're working through your own energetic like you're working through your own system, right? And a lot of the space by which you're potentially connecting to your guides, it's interesting too, because it's basically articulating upon the fact. And I can often see, I feel like the hard part about this that you're potentially working through is like, what do I do? Like, what do I do? What do I do with this? What do I do? But and I want to, I think that there's something important about it, in the fact that I feel like the answer to that is the fact that you're already doing it, right? Which is like, and I want to keep on saying like it's giving me a little bit of this, like, I know this is going to sound a little odd, but like it's like this, right? Which is being able to energetically, like, you'll be in a good space when you're taking the temperature of things, right? Instead of letting the temperature change your temperature. Write that down, right? You're taking the temperature, but you're not letting it change your temperature, is what I keep on seeing. So that's what that's the important thing I would identify in relationality to something that you're working through. And you've got a very specific guide around you that's trying to help you with it, specifically because I feel like it took them it's funny because I keep on hearing your guide say it's a wild it's a wild ride, but the reason that they're saying that, I feel like it's them saying like when you don't recognize what's happening, you feel like it's not you just kind of moving through the ambiguation point of what's happening around you, is what I keep on getting. Thank you so much, right? Yeah, thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here. What's going on? What's going on with your stomach? I'm just gonna say, right, I just gotta articulate that. Make sure that you're eating, make sure that you're not skipping meals. All right, thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience this. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Being semi-lio, please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Just reading over. That's funny, Bridget. That's very funny. Yes. Yep, I got you, dear. Absolutely. I'm trying. Yep. Yeah, but and here's like the thing with it, like you can't you gotta use prudence, you know? Yeah. I know it's hard to manage. Yeah, but it's good that you have that individual, right? Because I keep on hearing like that individual is helping you like make sense of something, right? Yeah, you can relate as well, Laurel. Guides are usually cool, but passed on. No, this one's got sagacity, is what I keep on seeing. It's interesting because it wasn't necessarily coming through as an angelic, but someone who used to work, like someone who works with it, like someone who's like, I work for angelic, I work for angelics. It's my job. It's my job. Somebody be like, it's my job. Yeah. I love that you make me laugh about it. You need to, man, you gotta laugh about it. That's why everybody in the old pictures are rolling their eyes. Everyone's like, everybody in the old pictures rolling their eyes like, oh my God. Yeah, if it was me, yeah, I would book. Oh, thank you, Per. I appreciate that. I would book a daily mentorship right away, right? I felt that movement about my body and my mind the other day above. Yep. Yeah, the dread, seriously. It's like, yeah, exactly. I don't know which one you're speaking about, but um, yeah, 1,000% on the dread thoughts. I know it makes it anxious. Yeah, my mind is stronger. Yeah. Okay, but here's the thing, like, make sure that you're resting, like, make sure that you're not, like, make sure you're giving your body the rest that it needs. Yeah, affirmations have been the word of the week. Yeah, when I need to clear my thoughts. Ooh, I like that, Laurel. That's a good way of doing it too. Yeah, I like everybody's options. Radio station. Just tune in the right moment and frequencies. Yeah. I resonate with this so much. Yeah. I'm working through. It's so hard to meditate. Yeah, I have to sit an hour. Yeah, okay. Yeah. No, that make that the yeah, if that's like I would get confirmation on that guide, because they were very like Like they were basically like they were. It's funny because the guy was like, "It's rough on these streets." It's like, mm-hmm. Yeah, you're so welcome, dear. Hold on. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Hold on. So yeah, my person knowing I didn't eat much this week. Yeah, until last night. Okay, so yeah, like that's like that. When I started reading for you, like you have to like make sure like even if you don't feel like you need to, make sure you are. Is what I keep on saying, especially like you have to like it's going to ground you, you know? Absolutely. And Infinite, thank you for the follow. All right, let's continue. And where were we? Was there, I didn't mean, I was not trying to do that, if that's what occurred. All right, we're going to continue right now. So we're going to get started. We're going to get started on the Daily Collective. But before we do so, I do need a moment. So what we're going to do right now is I I did not I was not trying to replicate anyone's accent if I said something. What are we going to do right now is I'm going to go ahead and I need to step away for a minute, and then when we come back, we're going to get started on the Daily Collective. However, if you would like to get on the list for today for a reading, the list is open. You will be the first person to be read for once we complete the Daily Collective. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to step away for a moment. When I come back, we'll get started on the reading. Also, please keep in mind we've got 2 giveaways happening over on the Clock app. The first giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the Daily Collective read. Currently, that spot is being held by Bridget. Thank you so much, Bridget, for those gifts, and thank you to everybody who has given gifts at this time. I will be back in just a moment and we will continue with the readings. Thank you. All right, thank you guys so much. All right, we are back. Thank you guys for your patience. And we are going to get started on the Daily Collective read. Before we do so, hold on a moment. Perfect. All right, where were we? And so, as I mentioned, before we get started on today's daily collective read, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the water dragon. We will do that again after the next read. And as I mentioned, friends, if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, make sure anyone who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. Also, just bear with me a moment. I'm looking for something before we get started. There we go. There it is. Perfect. I need to catch up on the read. I need to catch up on the messages as well. I had to take a step away. I didn't see what the messages came through. Excellent. And just a reminder, if you would like to get on the list right now, you will be the first person read for when we complete the daily collective. Also, if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, I just need to know the date that you are added to the hold list, and I'll be happy to add you back as well. And just a reminder to anyone joining us as well, we are doing, if you are joining us on the other apps, so if you're joining us over on the photos or on the place where we keep the videos, you can also get on the list for today via my tree that has Binks in it in my Lio. We read here, highest priority messages from Spirit, Life Path, Mediumship, Dream Interpretation, Angelic Guidance, Animal Spirit Guide readings, Pet readings, Akashic, Mind, Body, Spirit, Aura, and Love. That said, I don't even get a chance to read over the comments that came through. Excellent. Oh, Bridget, that is sweet. I'll be back in a bit. No problem. It's my excellent. Oh, thank you. I'm always amazed to see where everyone is tuning in from. Thank you guys so much for letting me know. We are all dialed in today. I like it. All right, my friends. And as I mentioned, if you'd like to get on the list is open. We're doing 2 different giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. And the other giveaway we're doing today is a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in either one of those giveaways as well. There we go. That said, no better time than the present. Just bear with me a minute. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Saturday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your tarot astrology for today, Saturday, April 4th, 2026. We are going to get started on the astrology for all of the signs today. We are going to begin with, we started at the beginning of the astrological cycle last time we read, so now we are going to start at the end and we'll be moving up. We are going to start our readings today with Pisces energy. Can I get 3 cards right now for Pisces, navigating the energy that we're currently experiencing coming out of this intense Libra full moon cycle? We've got the Page of Swords in its reversal, the Ace of Wands in its reversal, and the 7 of Cups in its upright. So I got to just stress this. The thing about it is, and I was talking about this, this energy right now might be a little overwhelming for those that carry Pisces placements, specifically because what's potentially, and I need to describe this, we often see this when we've got a lot of planets in Pisces, but the thing that's really important to notate right now is Aries is in, Mars is in Aries, is in Pisces with Mercury. right? And so this is often like, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a lot of things going on right now for Pisces where it's like they've got a lot of obligations, right? They're everywhere except the place that they aspire to be, where they desire to be, right? Like that is the type of energy that we're potentially seeing right now for those with Piscean placements. But I need to stress this, and for anybody who's potentially experiencing this, I want to kind of reinforce, right? You can't miss anything that's energetically for you. You can't miss it. The things that are for you will find you. It's like, but sometimes we feel, right, and I need to describe this, right? Having a lot of things happening at once can often feel like a surfeit. It can feel like there's a lot of like, right, it often can feel like the space by which you're doing things, but at the same time, things are slipping through your fingertips. That is usually the quality and condition of having a lot of opportunity around you. So don't get frustrated if you're feeling like that. Recognize that that is the nature and shape of working productively in a highly charged, energetically creative environment. I know that might be hard because especially bottom of the deck on this, yeah, like the thing about it, and especially with this 10 of Cups in its upright, you know, you can't, I know I'm going to say this to Pisces, and Pisces is just going to be like, no, I don't believe that, but you can't please everybody, right? You can't, but here's the thing with Pisces. Pisces refuses to believe that. Pisces is like, but what if I could, right? Like, but what if I could? I mean, here's the thing about it. Okay, I'm just going to say this to those with Pisces placements. You could technically, like in the world, right? In a world where everybody was working in a productive way, right? In the world by which everybody was working collaboratively, yeah, you're right. You totally could please everybody. But the thing is, you can't change. I'm going to hold your hand when I say this, Pisces. You cannot change the shape and nature of someone's heart space. You know, if you're doing everything possible, right? If you're doing a person every kindness possible, and you probably, you know this, when you're doing every kindness possible to someone and another person is not in the space by which they can heal from their trauma environment, it's like every gift, like every gift often turns sour towards a sour person. That's not a condition that you created. That's something that you're finding. And I keep on seeing that for a lot of that energy, don't lose hope in don't lose hope in others' healing journey, but also it's not your responsibility to it's not your responsibility to have to take the temperature of things to make sure that they're healthy. When we care about each other, we help each other through things, right? We don't build into, right? We don't build into the modality of rumination or frustration. Continuing right now, next sign we're reading into right now is going to be Aquarius. 3 cards for Aquarius, please. 4 cards coming out. Hermit card in its reversal. Ace of Cups in its reversal. Wheel of Fortune in its reversal. Knight of Pentacles in its upright. Something that I'm seeing in relationality to, let's just work through this. There's something really important that I'm identifying right now for Aquarian energy. And I feel like this is the thing about it. Pisces and Aquarius energy are potentially going to feel very energetically similar in this energy right now. And the observation that I keep on seeing is the ability to articulate another person, our intention, heals everything, is what I keep on getting. The ability to articulate our intention helps others see what is energetically necessary, right? The ability or the experience of being able to attenuate into something and the modality by which we effectively arrive towards it. When we are working intentionally, we articulate our intentions so that others can help us in ways that are beyond our imagination, right? And this is why it's so important to work intentionally, because the thing about it is I often see, especially with those with Aquarian placements, right? The modality of like the mental mapping, we don't have access to each other's mental maps, right? And the only way we have access to each other's mental maps is if we articulate the shape and nature of what it is that we are trying to do. So make sure that you are articulating to others, like I just keep on getting conversations on mental maps, which is the observation or the understanding of not, and I keep on seeing this, right? When we act spontaneously, it doesn't allow us the ability to mental map. It doesn't allow another the ability to effectively navigate situations properly. So I either see that is Aquarian energy that is articulating that to others in relationality to how they feel about things, or simultaneously trying to work harder in relationality to being able to define or clarify what that higher purpose is, particularly and especially as it relates to small actions, especially with this Knight of Pentacles, because there's a lot of this slowness here. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, the thing is, like, and I want to point this out, right? It's giving a lot of like, and this is what we understand in relationality to Seven of Cups energy, right? Which is the space by which, when we articulate upon things, we can effectively help one another. But the modality by which we effectively move through things, right? Or the modality by which we effectively attenuate. And it's like I keep on hearing like the detriment of a need to know basis is that nobody knows where to go, right? The detriment of a need to know basis is nobody knows where to go, because it's the observation or the experience of effectively feeling, right, like working into the context of potentially, like I keep on seeing, like hovering in some kind of liminal space, or articulating upon the liminality of things that sometimes can create a lot of energetic frustration for us. So I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy doing that work, it's not easy, right? But it's energetically necessary. And I keep on seeing a lot of that necessity is the space by which one, like I keep on hearing like the ability to effectively coordinate or articulate things. Like I feel like the hard part about it is, again, and we kind of identify this, especially like this is that Aries energy that we see, right? There's a lot happening at every moment, right? And so it's very similar to what we were identifying specifically in the Pisces energy. But in a way, I feel like what's interesting is like Pisces, I see, was handling surfeit, and Aquarius is potentially navigating restriction, right? It's really hard to be able to identify energetic choice in the space by which you don't know what the choices are. Continuing to get clarification, moving into Capricorn. Can I get 3 cards for Capricorn, please? Highest priority messages. Ooh, got really peaceful in here. Oh man, I feel like Capricorn energy right now. Here's the thing about Capricorn energy. And like I gotta stress this with Capricorn energy. Capricorn energy, like I don't understand why anyone ever tries to push the button of a Capricorn. You know, like, and I need to stress this, like Capricorn, I don't know. I feel like with a lot of Capricorn energy, like, I need to stress this, Capricorns are very aware of their buttons. Capricorns, you have to understand, when it comes to buttons, like, I just need to stress this, and Capricorns, you know that this is true. Nobody knows your buttons better than you. You know where everybody's buttons are. You're like I just keep on, and the thing is, right, and I like to point this out, the keeper of buttons, right, the keeper of buttons is often the space by which it's the identification point, and you'll often notice this with a Capricorn being like what, oh no, you like when a Capricorn sees another person trying to push their buttons, a Capricorn will then give someone the fastest lesson in what it means, like what it means to be aware of where buttons are, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like there's something important about this, because especially we've got a lot of wand energy and a lot of sword energy. And I like to point this out, like often, and I need to stress this, the space by which, like, and it's like, it's really interesting, because like as soon as I started reading into Capricorn, this finger just went up really quick, which is like, I would just stress this. I know the Capricorns aren't going to listen to me. It's not your job. It's not your job to teach lessons, right? And I'm gonna give you the bottom of the deck on this, right? Yeah, because and you know what I'm going to say with this ten of Pentacles in its upright, okay? Because, and I'm just going to kind of work. I'm going to work this through, because, and it does feel right. Your lectures are blessed. Okay, that's what I'm going to say. Your lectures are blessed. Give them to those that are appreciative of the gift that they have in receiving them, right? And I know that, and you, and I need to point this out as well, right? It's okay for you to be able to articulate upon, you're allowed to feel frustrated without another person articulating upon the frustration being the energetic issue, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like if you're frustrated for good reason and another person articulates upon the fact that we're frustrated, it's often a way to decenter the problem at hand, is what I keep on getting. And so I feel like we're getting off subject is a very powerful word right now for those with Capricorn placements, which is the modality of recognizing the space by which you're trying to do something and another person, right? The space by which you're trying to do something and another person starts talking about the quality by which you're delivering information instead of the information that you're offering, right? Like recenter, right? Don't react, recenter is what I keep on seeing there. Continuing to get clarification. And we're moving into, and I think also like the other thing about it too, and I like to point this out, right? There's something coming through for Capricorn as it relates to, and this is the thing with Capricorn, Capricorns can tell the difference between like I keep wondering, delightful criticism versus spiteful criticism, which is the modality by which another person attenuates and knows us so well that they earn the right to be able to talk to speak upon something about us, versus the space of another person that tries, I keep on hearing like, tries to put on the laurels of knowing someone in a way that they can talk about them, is what I keep on seeing. I feel like there's something important about that that's coming through too, because like, and I think like the reason that's coming through for Capricorns is because, you know, Capricorns understand, right? Like Capricorns understand that that there is a space of being idiosyncratic, but like I need to point out, idiosyncrasies are beautiful, right? Like when we identify, I keep wondering, the reason we call them idiosyncrasies is because, you know, they make us more energetically beautiful. And so I keep on getting, I don't know why, but the word idiosyncrasy is coming up for Capricorns right now, and I think it's important. Continuing to get clarification, moving into Sagittarius, 3 cards, please. Oh. I feel like I feel like there's some kind of heavy energy right here around Sagittarian energy. And I want to point it out Um, it- don't let energy's glumness like energetically affect. The thing about, I need to point this out, like Sagittarian energy is very like there's a modality by which those with Sagittarian placements can often feel a lot of energetic weight, specifically in relationality to I keep on like I have to stress, and this is what's like I know, like here's the refreshing thing about Sagittarian energy. Sagittarian energy is out with it, right? Like Sagittarian energy is often better out than in, because Sagittarian energy understands the quality and condition by which when we're out with something, we can change how we're energetically feeling about it, is what I keep on seeing. And so I feel like I see something very important there, specifically as it relates to circumstances or situations by which, um, like, having to navigate through others, like others' ruminations. And I want to describe this, that like the space by which we ruminate, like there's nothing positive that occurs in a rumination space, right? And the modality by which, right, the modality by which, and I just want to describe this, right? Like when another person's ruminating and then you say to them, like, can you can you want to articulate upon it? I feel like the best way of helping through something is being able to articulate and attenuate to another in terms of making sure that you identify how you yourself are feeling, right? And I feel like, I feel like that's often, I feel like that might be something that is a bit of a challenge for Sagittarian energy right now, because, and that's a combination of working through Uranus that's in Taurus, which is, instead of articulating upon where we see others, being able to communicate how we ourselves feel about things can often give the space of another to feel like they themselves can also energetically share upon it, is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like there's, and I need to point this out here because this is the thing about it. Like, I don't know what's going on with you, Sag, but like, there's a lot, like, look at this. Like the Sag reading is almost entirely court cards. And the thing about, and like I need to point this out, like and in a way, I want to identify that like the space by which we see that to a certain extent is, and I like to point this out. Um, and I know this is going to sound a little strange, but we have to identify this. Um, quiet energy does not get, like, quiet energy does not necessarily create clear pathways, right? Which is the modality by which, and I feel like that's what one has to effectively communicate in situations, because I don't know why, but there's a lot of, like, when I see a lot of these court cards around Sagittarius energy, it can often feel like navigating passive aggressiveness. And the thing about it is, like, passive aggressiveness is incredibly toxic. But sometimes, like, the observation of another person being passive aggressive, like, tells us everything we know in relationality to where they are on their own healing journey, right? Because it's just the modality by which, and I know Sagittarians often work on this, they do a lot of that work to clear it. So if you're experiencing that, like, don't take it personally. Just allow, I keep on hearing, like, take the note, right? Because I keep on hearing, if there's something that you could be doing better, then it's another person's responsibility to tell you that's the case by asking, right? So don't worry. Ask questions. Thank you so much. Continuing right now, the next sign that we're reading for today is Scorpio. Scorpio, can I get 3 cards for Scorpio, please? 3 cards for Scorpio. We've got here the King of Pentacles in its upright, the Ten of Swords in its upright, and the Three of Cups in its upright. Let's talk a little bit about what we're energetically seeing here. And the thing I keep on identifying, specifically for those with a lot of Scorpio placements right now, is, and this is, I want to describe this. I feel like for a lot of scorpionic energy right now, working through things that feel like they energetically provoke the self is what I keep on getting. And I need to describe this because I feel like this energy right now, it might be like, it's saying it's like Trigger City. You know what I mean? Like it's trigger. And I need to point this out. It feels like these cards, like just showing you these cards for Scorpio. Like, why is that Trigger City? It's Trigger City, right? It's Trigger City because, and I need to point this out, we've got a lot of planets. I want to describe, so, and you're probably aware of this. We've got a lot of planets that are currently in Aries. And then we've got Mars that is in Pisces. And we've got Jupiter in Capricorn. So you're feeling really, really, really vulnerable and literally triggers everywhere, right? Identifying the fact that you're feeling triggered helps one to move through trigger in situations. I know you hate that, right? I know it's going to require you to articulate upon the fact that you feel triggered because it's going to admit the fact that you have vulnerabilities. And I know that you hate admitting that you have them. But sometimes articulating upon the fact that we're feeling triggered allows us to change the conversation in profound ways because it's the observation of not being reactive, right? But recognizing the reactivity within us that allows us to move it into a space that feels more energetically productive. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, like especially, like I gotta point out, like especially, and I want to, like you know, here's the thing, like, and here, and like I need to point this out. The sound of a bully is not someone who pushes; it's someone who mocks, right? And this is what I keep on getting. Like that's the thing about it. Bullies are weak energy because they're always belittling, right? You can usually see a bully because, oh look, there they are. They're belittling here. They're belittling there, they're belittling everywhere, right? And the thing that often feels like it gets under the like rubs under the skin is the modality by which another person says something, right? Says something really charged, says something profoundly charged, and then tries to say, oh, I was just kidding, right? Remember, when something's funny, we don't need to, right? When something's funny, we usually don't need to attenuate upon the fact that we are kidding because others effectively laugh, right? And the difference between somebody testing boundaries, right? A profound difference between someone testing boundaries versus someone saying something that's actually funny is in the modality by which everybody finds mirth in it, right? So I feel like that's the space by which, right? I feel like and it's funny because I keep wondering the lecture that Capricorn, like take a note from Capricorn, right? Which is the space by which another person tries to push you and saying, actually, I prepared a lecture, right? Which is you being vulnerable, not reacting and saying, but let me tell you why. Like, let me tell you why that's not energetically funny. Let me now explain to you, right, why I'm feeling energetically triggered by it, right? Don't be reactive. Allow for the context of helping another person. Like Capricorn, I said no lessons. To you, I'm saying it's okay to teach someone a lesson, but don't. You understand what I'm saying? Teach with this. Okay. Teach with this. You know what I'm saying, Scorpio? Okay, not this. Okay. Good Lord. All right, let's continue right now. The next sign that we're reading for today is going to be Libra. 3 cards for Libra, please. 3 cards for Libra. Highest party messages right now. We've got the Tower card in its reversal. We've got the Sun card in its reversal. And we have the Ace of Pentacles in its reversal. So I feel like, how do I describe what I'm seeing here? I feel like how do I describe this? You know, the thing about a lot of this Libra energy I'm seeing right now is, and I think it's really important because I got very energetic, like it felt very serious when I started to move into Libra right now. And the thing I keep on seeing about the Libra energy is it's working into the context or the observation of being able to recognize and identify the I keep on seeing the force of energetic intention as it relates to our own, like, and this is really important here because, like, I feel like I see a lot of Libra energy right now building into a stabilization point in terms of their own feeling of stability. And I like it too, because like a lot of the energy I'm seeing right now with Libra is it's working into, right? I feel like it's the self that effectively arrives into the understanding or the energetic valuation of what appears, like what supportive is and means, right? Because the modality by which we energetically work to support one another is, I keep on getting, and I feel like I feel like there's something about Libra energy that's working into the context of healthy nourishment, which is the space by which we understand, like the force by which we work to nourish is the space by which we articulate upon how we feel. So if you're feeling like this right now, Libra, I would identify that, like, remember, a fortified feeling is amplified by a direction, right? The space by which we can articulate what we would prefer is how we change things. So being able, and it's interesting too, because as soon as I started reading for Libra, I had to like clear my throat. Yeah, that Hermit energy, right? The Hermit energy is effectively, I feel like that sometimes there are situations or circumstances by which, like Hermit in its reversal is often the space by which we feel energetically frustrated to speak upon something or to speak about the way that we feel upon things. But I keep on seeing, remember, it's healthy to communicate. And communicating is a gift. Because when you're in the space of communicating, then how another person communicates with you tells you everything you need to know as to whether they are being healthy. They are facilitating healthy communication as well. So make sure, right? I keep on seeing if another person, like I keep on hearing, like, don't, like, observe, don't absorb, right? Observe, don't absorb. Because when we observe and don't absorb, we're able to effectively understand and learn and identify, like, what it is that we need to articulate to another to bring things into a more stabilized environment. Continuing to get clarification here. The next sign that we're reading for today is the next sign we're reading here today is Virgo. Can I get 3 cards? Woo. Virgo, you got so many cards coming up. Hold on a minute. I got to get all these cards on the table. Lord. So, Virgo, I've got 5 cards out for you. I feel like I see Virgo right now working through a space of overwhelm. And I think that there's something, I don't know I feel like something's changing right now around Virgo energy. It feels like it feels like a positive change is what I'm seeing. And I got to stress this because, like, it's a high priestess and it's reversal. But I got to point out, I always say this, like, a high priestess, like, it doesn't matter what direction a high priestess is in, it's still a good thing. It's just like it feels like I need to describe this. This is like Virgo energy being like, I would like to, like, descend. It's like, I feel like there's something about the Virgo energy here, that like, and I want to point this out. Virgo energy, and this is the thing about it, I'll point out, and I really appreciate Virgo energy when I see Virgo energy like this. Virgo energy will be the first to energetically self-correct when they recognize or realize that something that their own perception upon something requires some kind of shifting, right? And the thing about this is, and I just need to stress this, this is why it's so important for those with Virgo placements to effectively work upon not feeling that it's their responsibility to make everything perfect, right? Because it's the modality by which we start asking, right? It's the modality by which we start asking each other for insight, right? That everything energetically changes, right? And I like to point this out. I feel like this is a lot of the Virgo energy that is getting better at utilizing one's words, right? Or the modality by which, like, not the space by which one feels. Like, I keep wondering, think about not having to fix everything, but think about taking others' temperature, right? And what does it mean when we take others' temperature? Being like, I had an idea. I wanted to see what you felt about it, right? Like, the modality by which we move through things and we attenuate in relationality to the adaptability of being able to work another person through, the understanding of being able to effectively like move through things. And I think in a way it's interesting because some of this energy feels like, it almost feels like Virgo allowing the space of letting others in on their choices, right? Because, and I feel like that can often heal relationship because it allows us not to feel like we have to determine things, but rather be in the space by which we effectively we understand the full shape of something, is what I keep on getting. Bottom of the deck on this, yeah, especially with the Nine of Wands and its upright. I feel like I see like, the hard part with a perfection wound is it's hard not to feel like everything will go wrong if something's not perfect, but it's often the modality by which we see, like, the modality by which something isn't perfect, that sometimes it comes out even more beautiful than we expected, because it's allowing for that space of, like, another person's insight to enter something, right? And I feel like there's something about this that like is almost encouraging the Virgo to think collaboratively upon something, is what I keep on seeing. Thank you. Continuing to get clarification here. The next sign we're reading into is Leo. Can I get 3 cards for Leo, please? Yeah, there was some hyper independence, I feel like, was being healed in that Virgo space. That's what's happening. It's a hyper independence. All right, we're getting to Leo. You know what? I feel like it's just Leo like trying to knuckle down in the best way possible. And I want to describe what I'm seeing right now for those with Leo placements. The observation of being able to I just want to describe this, like there's something about this that says like there's a bit of this like thank you for your patience energy around Leo right now, especially with this like 8 of Pentacles with the Magician in its reversal and the Chariot card in its reversal, because I see Leo energy like plugging away at things right now, right? Just going ahead and like I just keep on hearing like plug, 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 plug. And the reason I keep on hearing them effectively like plugging away at things is because I think in a way this Jupiter in Cancer is helping Leo. And I kind of saw this before, like I was reading into this, and I like to point this out. Like Leos are often like the thing with Leos that are often funny is like the space by which like Leos have claws, you know, and the thing about it is, and I need to stress this, often Leo energy identifies and recognizes, right? Everything for a Leo changes in the modality, and this is the funny thing about Leos. Leos have claws when there's cause, right? A healthy Leo has claws when there's cause. But you'll see, and this is what happens, you'll often see an unhealthy Leo in an environment by which they have cause for claws, and then everyone articulates around them that they are the source of the energetic pain. When the Leo fails to recognize the fact that they're in a trauma environment, right? It's literally the energy by which we identify and recognize the space by which, and I keep on hearing like Leos heal, not when they try not to be energetically upset about things, but the space by which they say, yeah, you're right, I'm energetically furious, right? The space by which they articulate the embrace their frustration is in the modality by which I keep on hearing our anger is valid in the context by which there's a reason to be energetically angry about something. And the identification and the articulation of that effectively allows for allows for the integration of the Leo to be able to feel energetically confident in terms of articulating the fact that they're energetically upset. So I feel like for a lot of the Leos right now, like especially with this energy, and I think that it's helpful because I keep on seeing that this is also potentially happening for Aries too. The modality by which, right, you're healing the relationship to anger, which is understanding that anger is healthy, right? Anger is healthy so long as there's an energetic reason to articulate one's frustration about something. So I think that for a lot of the energy articulating that, bottom of the deck, you know, right? I feel like this is the energy that's just not apologizing for being upset about things, but in the space of stating facts, right? When a Leo stops apologizing for their anger, they start stating harsh realities, right? So I feel like this is a lot of the Leos going around having to feel the need of saying dishing out reality checks, right? like reality. Oh, okay, you've upset me. Here's a reality check. Oh, you've upset me too. Here's a reality check, right? So I feel like that's a lot of the work that the Leo's doing to try to articulate upon, right? As long as your anger has a reality check connected to it, then it's the space by which the frustration is energetically correct. So I feel like that's a lot of the energy that's potentially like expressing that, and even in the space by which they're expressing it, they're finding, right? They're it's like I keep on getting, it's like helping them in terms of identifying or feeling more. Like I feel like there's a lot of heart healing opening there, because often you aspire, you wish you didn't have to, but you must, right? Continuing to get clarification. Moving into Cancer. 3 cards for Cancer, please. Oh, nope. Surprise card. Yeah, that's what Cancers don't like, surprises. Okay, like, oh no, somebody trying to surprise a Cancer. What are you doing? What are you, nuts? What? Don't do that. Don't surprise a Cancer. What are you trying to do? Can't do that to a Cancer. Good Lord. Here's the thing about it. Like, I gotta stress this. Like, some signs like to be surprised. Okay? Like, some signs like to be surprised. Cancers don't like being surprised. Okay? Just get it. I don't understand why we can't get this. We can't understand this. It's not that hard to understand. Okay? Cancers need like a week to prepare to see another person. Okay? Like, Cancers need to go into their sacred space, and like they need to Cancers need to go into their sacred space when they got to go to the grocery store. Okay, like it's like you got, and here's the thing about it. Like when Cancers, and this is the thing about Cancers understand. Cancers understand that the sound of love is the sound of love occurring around a Cancer is energy that is constantly in the space of preparing, right? Like the modality by which we help each other by giving each other indications of what to prepare for, right? And that's why and here's the thing about it, that's courtesy. Why is it courtesy? Because the modality, right? Like, and I need to stress this, the shape of our piece, particularly for some signs more than others, is being able to see respectively what we can expect, right? Because it's the modality by which we are able to basically, like, we create peace. And this is the thing about it, right? Like the suddenness upon which we do things often speak upon our energetic prioritization. And so I feel like it's interesting because this energy specifically, I feel like this is the Cancer getting better at a need articulated is a need that is greeted with, like, a need that is articulated is a need that is offering the possibility of being met, right? A need that is articulated is a need that is offered the opportunity of being met, which is the modality and the experience. That when we think about our needs as offerings, then they allow us to be, then they become our shield. Because the modality by which we get better at stating them means that we're not repressing. And I feel like bottom of the deck for Cancerian energy, that's hard, right? Like you can't, like, and I want you to understand this. Like and here's the thing about it. I'm going to hold your hand when I say this, Cancer. There is energy that literally lives spontaneously. I know we are all shocked about it, but there is energy that exists, that literally exists, that does not know what they're doing from one minute to the next. It's not done to harm you, right? But sometimes, right, the way that you can articulate or amplify to another, right, the way that we help spontaneous energy love us better is by saying, I know that you might not intend for something to hurt, but I like to point this out, when you tell spontaneous energy, your spontaneity is inadvertently hurting me, watch how quickly a spontaneous energy will work to correct that. Watch how quickly the sound of care will occur in relationality to another, to a spontaneous energy, calibrating their spontaneity into bliss, not blisters, right? That is literally the only sound you should hear when you articulate that, and that's why it's important to be able to communicate it. Because if you experience the space by which another person says, "I didn't realize," right? Then there's the healing. And if they say, "How dare you?" Well, there you go, right? You just isolated or figured out the problem. Thank you so much for having. I'm going to continue. I was like, and it's funny too because like I want to point out, I have to be so curious. I was trying to be so courteous with the Cancerian energy. I was like closing out the reading, but that's why, because it's like oh, okay, like I've seen enough. Like thank you. Like it's like okay, it's like that was the Cancerian energy going. Yep, thank you. That's enough. Right. Like, all right, continuing to get clarification. The next sign we're reading into right now is Gemini. Oh, Gemini, what's going on? Oh, Gemini. I feel like I see Gemini, like, Gemini. Like, there's I don't even need to pull the cards. I'm going to get, yeah, Gemini, you're done. Like, oh my God, there's that High Priest again. Gemini needs a break. Gemini needs a break. Gemini needs to go take a walk. Gemini needs to have the ability to stretch the legs. Like I keep on getting, like, the thing about it, and I want to point this out. I feel like, I don't know why, but I feel like there's a lot of Gemini energy that has had to, like, and I want to point this out, like Gemini energy often thrives when Gemini energy is doing more than one thing, right? Like the modality of being able to work through something and being able to effectively, like, do many, many different things at once can often, it helps us recognize and identify, like, I feel like it's hard. And this is why, like, when Gemini energy has to focus on one thing for a long time, it can really leave the Gemini energy feeling incredibly depleted, because, like, I almost feel like I see some of that Gemini energy like navigating a rut. And I just want to kind of stress this, like, be energetically patient, right? The space by which the space by which we effectively like the space by which we work through things is often articulated and amplified in the context by which we identify and articulate upon how we're energetically feeling, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like there's something important there that I see in terms of kind of moving through something, but I keep on getting not just moving through something, but like it's almost saying to me, like, the ability to, I'm going to get the bottom of the deck on this. Yeah, like, it's okay. Like your heaviness, right? Like when we articulate heaviness, then we help each other. Like we help each other lift heavy things, right? And so I feel like that's the thing about it. Like I almost hear like the Gemini energy going, like, I could use an uplift right now, which is the modality by which, and I keep on getting, it's like Gemini energy that doesn't want to talk about heavy things, but like is like, I keep on hearing, like, exhausted of talking about heavy things, because like sometimes the uplift helps us get ready to energetically navigate things that are like heavy to deal with, is what I keep on seeing, right? So I almost feel like there's a lot of that energy in terms of like I feel like there's a lot of that steadying work. So make sure, make sure that, I keep wondering, make sure that you're being the ease that you hope to see in a room, is what I keep on getting, right? Make sure that you're hoping to be the ease that you hope to see in a room. I feel like that's going to help in a big way. Continuing to get clarification right now, moving to Taurus. Can I get 3 cards for Taurus, please? 3 cards. Oh my gosh, that one flew out. 2 more, please. Bottom of the deck. One more. Oh my gosh, this high priestess right now. The high I keep shuffling these cards. I just want to point out, I'm shuffling these cards a lot right now. And even in the space by which I'm shuffling the cards, I just keep on seeing the high priestess is coming back up. And it keeps on coming up in its reversal. And so the thing I keep on seeing, particularly in relationality to that high priestess energy, and the best way I can define it is, how do I describe this? It's working into the context of building, like, how do I describe this best? There's something very defensive that I see that is potentially arriving with a lot of there's something about the energy I'm seeing right now with Taurus that has to do with being energetically protective, right? And I want to describe this, like, and I feel like it has to do with the space of others that I keep on hearing, like the and you see, even like when I started to read like my throat chakra, like this, others, when others talk about the ease by which another person does something, right? And it tells us everything we need to know about how someone takes another seriously, is what I keep on seeing. And so I feel like there's almost something that feels very sheltering around the Taurus energy right now, which is the modality of potentially feeling energetically protective upon in the space or nature of another. But even in the space and nature of another, I almost see the energy like talking about, like, I see that, I almost feel like the difference saying, like, are you talking about someone, or are you talking with someone? And what do I mean by, are you talking about someone, or are you talking with somebody? Because often when energy talks about, the way you can tell when someone doesn't know anything is when they're talking about someone without understanding the full energetic context of what's going on, right? And that's what I basically see in relationality to some of that energy. Like, there's a little bit of, that's why I keep on getting this, like, this energy that's like very much like this, because it's the energy that almost, like, I feel like the thing about, like, I see this energy that listens or pays a lot of active attention to what others say, because I keep on seeing that it's the observation of, like, I feel like I just keep on getting the message that Taurus understands that the way we love each other is how we talk about one another, right? And the modality by which we energetically understand, right? That the work the work isn't, like, something isn't easy, but the space by which another person tries to articulate that something's easy often articulates the lack of knowledge in it, is what I keep on seeing. And I like to point this out. This is often why you'll see Taurus will be like, how did you do that? And they'll be like, do what? Right? And they'll be like, what, how did you do that? Be like, luck. Right? Like Taurus will often try to diminish, right? Taurus will often try to diminish things in the space by which, right? Like the observation in terms of understanding what it takes to do something effortlessly. Like Taurus understands that deeply. And so that's often why, like, when Taurus sees someone being energetically silly, right? Like the space by which someone tries to be silly about something that another person does because it looks easy. Like, I feel like that's a lot of the Taurus, and almost says, like, that's clearly someone that doesn't know anything, because there's nothing that comes easily, right? There's things that we do that require work. And when you require work, it looks like it's effortless. And then those who have never seen work in their life see somebody working hard, and then they think that they're like, oh, I could do that. And be like, okay, then why aren't you doing it? Why aren't you doing it? Would you like, go for it. There you go. Have fun. Have fun with that. Continuing to get clarification. The final card for today is we are going to be reading into, hold on a minute, we've got one more sign left to do. Bear with me a moment. The final sign that we have today is, oh my goodness, I lost track. Bear with me 1 minute. Our final sign today, can someone help me out in the chat? Which is the one sign we haven't done yet? Oh, of course, Aries. What am I talking about? Aries, you're not an afterthought. I've been going, it's been a long day. Okay, so let's get to it. All right, let's get to it. 3 cards for Aries right now. 3 cards for Aries. What do we have here? But I think actually it's really interesting that that occurred, because I would not be surprised. I actually feel like that is effectively what we see that you are effectively navigating right now. Potentially working through experiences by which you potentially feel like you are like an afterthought. Now I want to effectively work through something here, because and I want to kind of, like, one of the things I'm potentially seeing right now has to do with, and I want to describe that there's something important that we are navigating right now as it relates to this, as it relates to Libra full moon in Aries energy. Because, and we were talking about this. We were talking about this a lot throughout the week, right? Sometimes, sometimes Libra energy and Aries energy have a hard time getting along, okay? And I'm gonna walk you through why, okay? And this is the reason why. And this is why I would not be surprised if this energy right now may be feeling really frustrating for those with Aries placements, specifically because the thing you have to identify is Aries energy is often working through the understanding and the adaptability of trying to energetically put our force of intention into things, right? It's the space by which we're often working energetically tirelessly. But the hard part about it, and this is what I want to kind of say to those with Aries placements, don't make assumptions right now, right? Because when we make assumptions, we don't understand the full shape of what is happening. And this can sometimes be, like, this can sometimes happen, right? And you know this, Aries. This can sometimes be the space that builds into one's own detriment, right? The modality by which one experiences something, and you only experience it from the experience of the self, and it feels like it's directed to the self, and then you're reactive to it. And then in the moment that you're reactive, you find out the full shape of what was going on, right? You understand the full intricacies or the full details of something that is energetically occurring. And it's the modality of recognizing, right? it's the space by which one understands the intricacies that then one feels energetically, like one realizes or recognizes that one may have inadvertently hurt oneself because one was taking something personally instead of profoundly. So I would be very conscientious about that right now, right? I feel like there's something about that that's really energetically important for Aries, because, right, in the stead of being, right, I keep on hearing, instead of being determinative, be inquisitive. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, right? Instead of being determinative, be inquisitive. Because again, and I need to point this out, right? With a lot of like with a lot of the energy right now, right? It can often feel right? It can often create that space for Aries where one feels, right? Like I keep on hearing something that is completely about the something that feels like it almost, and I need to point this out, this is why. Because Aries is going through a moment right now where something they're experiencing is triggering them, right? It's triggering a past wound, but the space by which it triggers a past wound, right? This is how we don't allow trauma of the past to damage healing in the present, right? Which is the modality by which we articulate to another, right? The shape, like the shape of why, like the shape of why something is hard, instead of being like, no lessons right now is what I see. Like I keep wondering, don't give lessons, ask questions, right? Because that is how you effectively heal something. So just a note of conscientiousness right now, specifically for those with Aries placements, because I feel like there was something really important about that, and I feel like it was even made more important with the fact that like even in the space by which I was like a perfect example, like I was looking at a list of the signs, and when I was doing it, like the sign list disappeared for a minute. It's back up now, of course, but that's what I mean, right? Like the modality of understanding the full context of what's occurring that allows one to be able to understand and build empathy, that allows something to be built even better. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. Please keep in mind, if you book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you would like to have that reading. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who participated in our recent class. Our next class will be held on Friday, April 17th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards in the wand suit. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. As a paid monthly subscriber, you will have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class system. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we have studied prior to beginning the next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with chat with me, where you can ask any questions you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also have access to over you'll also have access to you'll also have access to you'll also have access, apologies, lost my train of thought. So on top, you'll also have access to a chat where you can ask any questions in relationality to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive, you'll also have access to a mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post there my Mystic Meditation articles, which will give you an update on everything we have been seeing energetically in the cards. I just wrote one recently on this full moon that we've been navigating. Finally, I want to let you guys know, I want to invite you guys as well too. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. And we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read for today. Thank you guys so much for being here and receiving it. Congratulations to Bridget. You got our highest gifter. You will have a free reading today. And thank you so much, Laurel. You came in second, so you will have an additional card in your read as well. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Taking a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Oh, thank you, Rihanna. I appreciate you. How you doing today, Leanne? Excellent. We did do Scorpio avatar. All of the signs were done. And Mamo, thank you so much for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Excellent. And thank you so much as well, Bridget, for those gifts. Looking forward to our reading. And for anybody who's joining us across the other apps, you can also get on the list today via my tree that has links in it in my bio. We do here highest priority messages from Spirit, Life Path, Mediumship, Dream Interpretation, Angelic Guidance, Animal Spirit Guide readings, Pet readings, Akashic, Mind, Body, Spirit, Love, and Aura. If you have information that you feel is necessary for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only Disco channel in the appropriate channel. Excellent. Oh, you're Cabby, excellent. And thank you so much, Alexandra, for getting on the list. You will be the second person read for anyone interested. We've got 4 more spots today before the list will be closed. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm downing myself. Crack me up. Thank you as well. Yeah, I'm like this. Better out in the open so we can clear the space. Exactly. And beautifully said. Thank you for sharing the live, Mama. Stella, did you get on the list? I'm happy to confirm. If you sent the donation, I just need the initial where you sent it, and I can confirm your place on it. And thank you, Lisa, for the follow. How are you doing today, Dr. Genuine? Absolutely. And Adam, thank you for those gifts, dear. Yeah, thank you, Laurel, for giving them a recap. I appreciate you. And Laurel, thank you for getting on the list. We've got 3 more spots today before the list will be closed. Excellent. How are you doing today, Leanne? Happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. The list is open. You will be the 3rd person read for. For those who are joining us across the other apps as well, just a reminder, if you're joining us on the place where we keep the videos, You have the same opportunity for the subscriber benefits that we listed with your paid membership. And for those who are joining us on the place where we keep the photos, I would like to be able to start offering memberships there. I need your help for that. So if you are joining us there, all you need to do is comment, is make sure to give me a follow and comment followed. I'll be happy to read you an affirmation, a personal affirmation from the guidebook for the advanced soul. And if you're already following me there and would like an affirmation as well, I just need you to share the live with 3 individuals, comment, share, and I'll also be happy to share that affirmation with you as well. Excellent. You're so welcome, Laurel, Virgo rising. And Wick, thank you for the follow. You're so welcome, Bridget. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it's like. Absolutely. Half lion, half mermaid. I like that, Laurel. Thank you as well, Alana. I'm trying to control the reality check. I want to give, sending you support, creative. Absolutely. Excellent. Thank you as well, Avatar. Thank you, Rihanna. I appreciate you. My Cancer and Leo stelliums at war with each other. But here's the thing about, I don't, like, honestly, the thing about it is, like, Cancer and Leo stelliums, like, the hard part about that is, like, it's like stepping out or watching, right? There's a lot of that. Thank you as well, Rihanna. Absolutely. My ex was a huge stick in the mud, never wanted to do it. Oh, sending you support, Bridget. Absolutely. I whip my hair back and forth. I like that. Pisces was the first one we did, Shaw. So if you missed any of these, you can find them. You can find them over. They will be available as a podcast. They're also available right now in the place where we keep the videos and photos. I know you probably love doing multiple things at once if you're a Gemini mood. Geminis are nice, yes. That's huge grounding force. Absolutely. I read an amazing article on the Stack recently about our moons related to the nervous system. Really, I'd love to find out more about that, Avatar. Absolutely. And thank you, Benzito, for the follow. You're so welcome, Bridget. And guys, please remember, do not follow and do not message individuals promising strange things. I believe Stella. Oh, thank you, Stella. Were you on the list from yesterday? Let me just confirm. Yes, I see you here. Perfect. All right, I've added you back too. I've got 2 more spots today before the list will be closed. Excellent. All right, let's get to it. All right, we're going to get started on personal readings today. For anybody interested, if you want to get on the list right now, you will be the 4th person read for, and I've got 2 more spots today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. First person that we are reading for today is going to be Alexandra. Alexandra, if you're here, can you respond in all caps and let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question that you would like me to answer. Perfect. Yeah. And for anybody joining us across the other apps, we read for here: highest priority messages from Spirit, Life Path, Mediumship, Dream Interpretation, Angelic Guidance, Animal Spirit Guide readings, Pet readings, Akashic, Mind, Body, Spirit, Aura, and Love. If you have information that you feel is necessary for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only Disco channel in the appropriate channels. Oh, perfect. Okay. Yeah, if you need another minute, Alexandra, that's perfectly fine. We can continue down the list. The next person we're reading for today would be Laurel. Laurel, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Second call for Laurel. Yeah, you're absolutely on today for the highest gifter, Bridget. I've actually got you after Laurel. Hi, dear. Okay, thank you for letting me know where the question is, dear. All right, bear with me one moment. Just pulling up the question. Laurel, are you on our disco? Because you should have access. Oh, okay. Okay, no worries. Let's see here. Aishita, I'm happy to read for you on that if you'd like to get on the list. The list is open. All right. And before we continue right now with Laurel's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7. I got you, dear. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the bull. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up Laurel here, guys. Make sure to give Laurel some love. Like a very chatty guy. All right, I'm gonna like give you, oh my gosh. I feel like this download is related to 2 different energies in your life. And I'm gonna just kind of walk you through, like I'm gonna walk you through what I'm seeing to a certain extent. Um, hmm. You know, I've got like I'm gonna like I see a situation where somebody locked themselves out of your life. You know? Like I need to just like the level and degree of certainty and like again, I never understand energy when I read like when I read things like this. Um, you know, like the last thing you ever hear is they'll be back, and they never came back, right? Because and I want to point this out, right? Never is our complacency more full tilt than when we articulate upon the fact that we feel like you understand, like someone, when somebody says you'll be back, is somebody who thinks that they're irresistible. Okay. Okay. And like there is like that is like, and I need to point out, right? Irresistible is repugnant energy, right? Because like like it's like say goodbye to this, right? Being like it's, you know what I mean? Like it's like does that work? Like, like when irresistible energy finally meets someone with like a shred of dignity, when irresistible energy meets someone with a shred of dignity, good Lord, like just grab your popcorn. You know what I mean? Because it's like the modality by which it's being like what's like it's like what's wrong with you? You know what I mean? Like what's wrong with you? Who raised you? Like it's like that. It's like literally it's like who raised you? Right? Like that is it's so ridiculous. And I need to tell you, it's ridiculous and it's endemic, right? It's ridiculous and it's endemic. It's and I just keep on hearing this about the download. It's ridiculous and it's endemic, which means it's endemic as in like somebody got pointers on it, right? You know, I'm hearing somebody getting backup, right? Like there's that energy. There's that energy. The sound of someone, right? The sound of someone not knowing how to do anything is the sound of another person following another person's advice to the letter. And I literally like I gotta stress this. I feel like whatever this was, like whatever it is, like healing comes in many different forms, right? You having some dignity and moving away from something, like best thing that ever happened. And that's coming from a guide, is what I keep on seeing. Right. And I want to point out, like, it feels like the reading itself feels like really lurky, you know? And that's, and like I keep on hearing like you'll be back always lurks, you know? Because it's like you'll be back always lurks because one's always checking to see if another person's missing them, is what I keep on getting. And that's weird too. Right? That's even weirder, is what I keep on seeing. You were somebody's, they missed the healing, they missed the healing, they missed the healing opportunity of a lifetime with you. They missed the, I mean, I think that's the tragic thing I'm seeing here. They everything they possibly could have wanted, they could have had with you. But like, and it's interesting because their guide's talking to me, which says, you know, how are like the control issues are the hardest issues to heal, because energy that's constantly trying to control others fails to recognize that nobody likes being energetically controlled, you know? And the modality by which all they would have had to do, right? Like all they would have had to do, and this is the thing that's going to break your heart, and you know this, if they had told you what their manifestation goal was, right? It would have been healed. Right? It would have been healed. All they had to do, like you would have brought that manifestation goal into the light in a way that it would have healed everything for them, but some energy is not ready for healing. Some energy would rather have literally I mean, this is just coming through from your guide. Some energy literally does not recognize a gift in the modality by which all they would have had to do was tell you what they desired to do, right? And you could have had that energetically together, right? It could have been that energetic celebratory moment, but instead, right? And I want to point this out, like, when I'm getting, and I can see it even now, the hard part about this is you recognize that manifestation still coming towards you, right? You're coming, it's coming towards you in the form of someone that's healed enough, that wants to have something with you. And a lot of that, I need to point this out. This is some of the hardest stuff to carry because, like the 10 of Pentacles in its upright, you can't, you can't, I just keep on hearing the same message. A healthy manifestation goal is one that's mutually shared. A healthy manifestation goal is one that's mutually shared. And the thing about it is that was why, like, I keep on hearing, like, you were their energetic deliverance point. They could have had that manifestation goal and more if they had just articulated it to you. But again, some energy, the word that's coming through is, it's interesting. I don't know this word, and it feels like a new word, which is klepnotic. And what I'm getting with klepnotic is somebody who effectively would rather see if you're comfortable recognizing that they're hiding things from you, is what I keep on getting. They're klepnotic, which is the modality by which instead of moving towards a manifestation goal with you, they were trying to see how much you would put up with. And that's why the guide is giving you that word to help you heal it. They're saying they were klepnotic, which is they were the space by which they were trying to do things in front of you overtly that you could clearly see, to see if you would energetically react. They literally had the manifestation goal before them, and instead of bringing it forth, they got klepnotic with it. And that's why they can never have it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if that message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, being Semi-Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And we're also at 41.8K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. One minute. Yeah. I know it's a lot. I totally, definitely, yeah, okay, again, I was definitely was instructed on being that way. Dodged a bullet. I know, it's really hard. I've been lurking over. They're going to continue. That energy's going to, yeah. Yeah, I used to feel sad for them, then I grieved, and now I'm so over it. Thank you as well, Ed, for receiving these messages. The counterpart on the way. No, you see this here? Like, there it is. Like here's that. And then here's this. They were tight as a drum, even though I psychically knew it all along, but I can't do anything with that. Exactly. Josephine, I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to be on the list. The list is open. I've got 2 spots today before the list will be closed. Know that, but here's the thing, the 10 of Pentacles, you're like literally, if you're in this situation, you're like, anything, just be honest with me, right? All they have to do is be honest with you. It's like, you can't, if energy wants to be klepnotic with someone that they could have everything with, if they're just honest, then I keep wondering, back to the klepnotic they go, right? Back to the klepnotic. Yeah. Why did I just feel that? Thank you for also receiving that message. It's mine. Yes, they were. That was deep. Thank you, Dr. Genuine. I got you, Alexandra. Yeah, when I looked, hold on a minute. When I looked in their phone, oh man, yeah, there it is, right? There, but I keep on seeing they were getting klepnotic with you, which is the space by which I feel like they were leaving things, right? They were leaving things around to see, like leaving things around to see if you would allow them to be klepnotic, which is the space. I keep on getting it was worse than you feared, because it wasn't just the fact that they didn't want to do something with you. They wanted you to be comfortable with the fact that they were going behind your back upon something. Like, that's why I keep on getting klepnotic. Yeah, that was a stunning word to describe that behavior. Thank you for also, like, I appreciated the guides delivered it, because I was like, they were trying to put the word together, and I'm like, what? They're like, it's a new, you need the word. And I was like, thank you. If you want to send a rose, you can, but if you want to get on the list for a reading, West, all you need to do is send the, you just need to send the baby dragon, and that'll get you on the list. Yeah. Trying to figure out how to make the donation. No problem, West. So either you send it via the payment forms that you see in the tree that has Binks in it in my Lio, or you can send the baby dragon through here, and that's the equivalent of a reading as well. Thank you guys for supporting each other. Yep, absolutely. Thank you as well, Ed. Just being honest. Yep, they chose it. Oh, sending you support, Rihanna. Yeah, exactly. So confirmation. Yeah, they were leaving it all over the place. You're welcome, dear. I hope that helps you heal. Yeah, the shock, of course. And thank you as well, Dr. Genuine. All right, we're going to continue right now. Oh, the next person we're reading for is Alexandra. Alexandra, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? And I hope, again, I hope that gives confirmation to the download you received. Like, that's what I was getting. This is your card, Alexandra. I don't know what it was doing there, but okay. Okay, 1 minute. All right, and we're also at 45K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. All right, where were we? The next person on the list is, where are you? All right. I've got you, Alexandra. We're going to continue right now. And just a reminder to those who are joining us across the other apps, if you'd like to get on the list, we read for here highest priority messages from Spirit, Life Path, Mediumship, Dream Interpretation, Angelic Guidance, Animal Spirit Guide readings, Pet readings, Akashic, Mind, Body, Spirit, Love, and Aura. If you've got information that you feel is necessary for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only Disco channel in the appropriate channels. Absolutely. Okay. Is this inside T? It looks like it's inside T. Hold on a minute. I need to read this. So, inside T. Where's my book? Where'd it go? Perfect. Okay, yeah, thank you. Name one way you're trying to add bliss into your current experience while I read over this. There's your hearth warmer. Okay, so before we start this reading, I'm going to just articulate that we don't look to the tarot to make decisions for us. We keep our autonomy, but we can definitely utilize the tarot to get some advice in relationality to navigating the decision. Can I get, yeah. Okay. Yes. I was like, why are you being so specific? Your guides got some stuff to say about this. One of them in particular. Yep. Oh my goodness. Are you kidding me right now? All right, that makes oh yeah. This reading is specifically from one of your guides. And I think you know which one it is. And they've got they're like they keep on saying, remember my story. I don't know, they're articulating upon their particular story to be able to navigate how you bring light into things. Now, the thing about it, right? And I keep on getting the message by which they're articulating this, and I gotta describe this, right? There are things like, and there's the hold on, it's a very attenuated message is coming through. So so the way that we effectively navigate situations is articulated and amplified by accommodation, is what I keep on seeing, right? And I don't know why I keep on hearing, pay attention to energy that works towards accommodation, which is the space by which another person says, I know that this place isn't ideal, but you could make it beautiful, is what I keep on seeing. Now, I'm not saying that that is the case, but I'm saying that is exactly the vibration that you are looking for, right? The modality by which another person acknowledges the problems that you see, right? The modality by which you say, hey, there are a couple of things that bother me, right? And everything you need, and this is the thing about it, right? When we are looking to see if there is energetic accommodation, everything is found in pointing out what it is that we would ideally like to transform into something better, right? The modality of being able to articulate upon a unified purpose. And because I keep on seeing, and I keep on getting that conversation, right? That conversation is going to effectively help you identify the framework between what one sees that is advisable or recognizable, or something that, again, like I keep on seeing you, like, and I feel like that's the conversation that you're potentially having with someone, right? Like the modality by which you say, you know, there are a couple of things I'd like to talk to you about that I would like to see if we can work on, right? Everything you need to know about the opportunity will be answered via that conversation, right? Which is not, and I want to point this out, It's not the space by which you say these are problems, but the space by which you try to bring solutions to those situations, right? So I feel like it's interesting because like I went to do this reading and it's just basically the one guide. It's one of your guides that's stepping forth because I'm getting the identification with the fact that that is effectively what a lot of their journey is. And I feel like they've been trying to help you with that because the difference, like I keep on hearing, the difference between a rut, right? The difference between a rut and a work in progress is whether one is climbing out of it, right? The difference between a rut, the only difference between a rut and a work in progress is the adaptability and the identification point in terms of how one is working to climb out of it, right? The space by which we recognize and identify upon, right, what feels like a unified sense of purpose or what feels like it's something that one is working to do better. Now that's to say, right, that's to say if there's like something, if there's something about where you are that a line that they've drawn is one that feels completely oppositional to one's own sense of purpose, well, that's a different, that's not accommodating, right? There's no accommodation to be energetically found there. So I just keep on seeing, allow the conversation to guide the action, which is not, I keep on hearing, it's not the space by which you feel the need to immediately say yes to something, but the space by which you say to another person, tentatively, yes, but I have some questions, or the space by which you say, I need, before I can articulate upon, right, like you saying, I need to calibrate my level of interest by understanding the full context of what you can change or what you can modify in the space of what you are arriving to. Bottom of the deck on this reading. And this is effectively, and it's interesting, and so it's actually very funny because there's a guide connected to this. There's a guide connected to this guide in terms of that. So I'm not surprised. Like I'm not surprised to see a counterpoint in this reading because like basically what I'm energetically attenuating upon, like I keep on hearing somebody say like anything, like it's funny too because I keep on hearing somebody, like I hear the guide, like I hear your guide and then I hear somebody in the back going, I almost hear your guide articulating this and then they're going, isn't that right? And I hear somebody saying, anything you want, honey. I hear somebody in the back going, anything you want, honey. Anything you want is like that. That is what I mean in terms of the sound that you should hear, right? Which is the energy. Like it's like it's literally the energy that articulates, right? But here's the thing, and I think it's interesting. I think it's interesting that particular connected energy to that guide, there it's a koan, right? It's a koan in the fact that they said that because you have to understand anything you want honey, right? So anything you want honey is the modality by which they're saying, right? The space by which when another person says, I know what to do to make this place sweeter, right? The only sound you should hear is somebody saying, anything you need, I will give you, right? Because that is the sound of another person trusting, right? Not just, I keep wondering, not just wanting you to deal with something, right? But wanting you to energetically make it sweeter. So those questions, right, is basically you saying, are you comfortable with me sweetening this place? Right? Are you comfortable? Like, how comfortable are you with me sweetening this place, which is the modality by which, right? The modality by which I see like this is one of your gifts, right? Your ability to make something, right? Your ability to make something like beautiful or make an environment is only, I keep on saying, is only calibrated with the space by which another person says, right? Like all right, let's see it. Like, well, like show me. And so I feel like that's you. Like, let the vision guide you, which says, don't go in there and saying I don't like it here. Okay, this is what your guide's saying. The sound you should not be is don't go in there and say I don't like it here, right? Say I've got some ideas. I've really got some ideas to bring the room together. I've got some ideas to like brighten the place up, right? Like that's effectively what I keep on seeing, because that is the sound of you, right? Taking something and saying like I'm willing to make it mine, but under these energetic conditions, right? And let that vision guide you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who have these, who also need these messages to be here to receive them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, I've got one spot available today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And I'm going to read the list right now for anybody who is on the list. So Laura, the list I have right now is I've got Bridget, Stella, and Sasha. Bridget, Stella, and Sasha are on my list. So anybody else, I've got one more spot available before the list will be closed. So if you would like to secure that spot, you just need to send the donation. Did Ava send? I apologize if Ava sent and I did not see. Okay. I haven't seen Ava today. Am I missing? Hold on. Hold on a minute. Let me just read over. I'm open for, I like that you wrote, I'm open for honesty. And I'm like, here comes the one guy. You're like, Oh my gosh. I'm so glad to hear. Oh, sending you so much support on that journey, Laurel. Oh, sending you support as well, Rihanna. Thank you guys for supporting each other on your journeys. Yep, no problem. I'm just reading back. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Yep. Ooh, skies gazing and moon bathing. I love that. Yep. Thank you as well, Julia. Yep. Mm-hmm. Thank you guys for supporting each other. How you doing today, Scarlett? Don't you are precious and unique and necessary. Remember that. There's nobody like you here. So true. They were like, I get it. That position, you can make a better system here instead. So that's good. So that's a good sign, right? That's a good sign in terms of them being aligned with what I was saying. Thank you for the follow, Scarlett. Got you. Thank you, West. Mm-hmm. Anything you want, honey. Whatever your heart desires. Yeah. No, it's not. Here's the thing about it. No, you understand. They weren't saying whatever your heart desires. They're saying anything you want, honey, which is saying we understand if you ask for something, you're doing it because you recognize that it's going to make the place sweeter. Yeah, absolutely. Got it. Mm-hmm. Yep. Hold on, just reading over. Yeah, there's a... Oh, that's really sweet, Rihanna. Excellent. Yes, I want it to be a loving place. So again, let the vision guide you. And I keep on seeing, see if they'll energetically accommodate, and let that kind of build the framework of your decision. Okay. Let's continue right now. The next person we're reading for today is Bridget. Bridget, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list today, as I mentioned, we've got one more spot available before the list will be closed. Okay. It's on the disco. Okay. And Bridget, okay, it's outside tea, perfect. Excellent. And again, just a reminder to those who are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, if you would like to get on the list today, you have the same, if you become a paid member, you have the same opportunity of receiving the discounted rate that we articulated. You'll also have the ability to have a one-card reading. For anybody who's waiting for one-card reads right now, we've got 4 more readings today, and then we'll get started on the one-cards. We also have 1 spot available today if anybody else would like to secure a full reading. And Nadik, thank you for the follow. Got you. Oh, I don't know that song. Oh, thank you so much, Rihanna. That's beautifully said. And thank you for being here and sharing in this collective with us. All right, let's get to it. Before we get started, let's warm up the intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the blackbird. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. Okay, let's get to it. And I'm going to pin up Bridget here. Guys, make sure to give Bridget some love. Can I get 2 cards on how the current energy is influencing or supporting my counterpart's growth? And 2 cards on the emotional dynamic that will naturally unfold between us in the first 3 months of our connection. Beautifully stated. Okay. So, you know, the thing about it is I feel like there's something really important that I'm identifying around this energy as it relates to not checking on things, is what I keep on seeing. You know, I almost feel like I see a situation where they're like moving away from having to look at something because it like and I want to point out it's not them avoiding something. It's them recognizing whether looking at something is healthy or not. And that is a sign of them maturing, is what I keep on seeing. Right? Because, like, every time I read for this energy, it feels very Leo, or they've got some strong Leo placements. And here's the thing about it. Like Leos will force themselves to look at things that are hurting them. You know, like that's the thing about it. Like sometimes like a Leo will be like I'm getting stronger and be like, you're not getting stronger. You're just hurting yourself. Like you're not like you're like it's like it doesn't, it's not as like it doesn't like require, right? Like I want to point this out. Like sometimes like Leos sometimes have the opposite problem as other signs when it comes to looking at things, right? Like Leos will be like, I have to make myself look, and be like, but you don't. Like you know, because it's not, it's like it like, and sometimes this is like, you know, it's not like it's, and sometimes, and here's the thing about it, in proportion, right? Which says like, and I feel like, you know, like that's the thing about it. Like Leos don't like Leos are like Sages like that. Like the minute they catch themselves being cowardly, they'll turn their own head around. You know what I mean? Like Leos do this to themselves constantly. Like, look at it. You know what I mean? And sometimes the Leo heals, it goes, I'd rather not see it. You know, like sometimes the Leo, when the Leo, like, and here's the thing about, and this is what like Leos learn, right? Because Leos will be like, okay, right? They'll check and then they'll go on. That's healthy, right? Because it's healthy, and because it's just, it's when it's like, okay, fine. You know what I mean? Like that's what I feel like I see somebody doing, you know, and I feel like they've reached the point where they've stopped obsessively checking on something, is what I keep on getting. And so they've stopped obsessively checking on something, and that now the real work of healing can begin, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like you're going to find them at a weird time in their life, because I keep on hearing they lost their everything, but their everything wasn't a person, right? Like that's the thing about it. Like I feel like it's like I almost feel like you're going to find them like in some kind of modality of active mourning. But like the mourning, I keep on hearing it's like the mourning that you find them in is not, it's like it's not the space by which, right? It's not the space by which they're carrying sadness towards a person, but I feel like they're carrying sadness to the conclusion, right? Like to the conclusion of, like I keep on hearing it's like a volatile relationship that was a profession that took up a massive majority of their life. And so I feel like they're going to be very vulnerable. And I think in a way you're going to be very helpful to them in that way, because I feel like in some way, shape, or form, you know what that feels like. I feel like I feel like in your case, it feels more connected to a person, right? Like I keep on hearing like the connection point between you and them is going to be saying like you can't, like I keep on hearing you can't change another's, it's interesting because like the word that's coming through is bloody choices. And it's interesting that it's the word bloody. Because like, and I want to point out bloody is like bloody choices are often, I mean, I'm curious if there's some kind of connection to England, the fact that I'm saying that, but the space by which another person makes choices that are they don't recognize the impact of how their choice affects those around them is what I keep on seeing, right? Like I feel like you have some experience in that. That's what I would identify as a bloody choice, which is potentially a choice like that doesn't take into consideration the energetic feelings of those around the self in the context of making the choice is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like and I want to I want to point this out because and I want to describe, and I feel like that in a way is how you and them are going to connect because, and I want to point out like when you and them make choices, you both have the tendency of turning the knife on yourself first is what I keep on seeing, right? Like the modality by which I see, like I feel like you and them have a lot of dignity when it is required to make choices, and I keep on seeing the reason for that to be is potentially amplified and articulated upon trying to help another, right? Like I see you and another person that often make choices that are hard for the self because you make the honorable choice. Even if it's not completely, I keep on hearing like and I want to point this out, honorable choices are often ones that are hard because others might not understand why we make a choice, but it's a space by which we honor ourselves in making it because it's like the determination point in understand like, and here's the thing about sometimes honorable choices make it harder on ourselves in the best way possible is the best way I can describe it. Sometimes an honorable choice makes it harder on ourselves in the best way possible. And I think you know that, and they know that too, because that is the space by which you understand that there is something easier that you could do, but just because it's easier doesn't mean it's right. Right? And I feel like that's you and them. Like, I feel like that's the one thing that you're going to be very unified about. I feel like you're going to find someone who has a very strong sense of right and wrong, even beyond others. I keep on hearing, even beyond others' ability to see it, is what I keep on getting. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I mean, like, and I feel like that's often going to be the modality that sometimes frustrates you both, is what I keep on saying. Like, you're gonna appreciate that with one another. But I also see the fact that like I think it's hard because I think that in a way, like, and I like to point this out, I wish I could say, like I wish I could say that we live in a world that celebrates honorable choices. Um, it's saying to me, um, you'll often see that those who have honorable choices keep very tight circles, right? Because I feel like that's the energy that says go easy with that one because I hold them preciously, which is the modality of understanding, right? The quality and condition by which I feel like you've probably both had to separate from energy that tries to take advantage of the fact that you're honorable, right? That's actually often the worst situation, and I feel like that's something that you and them can recognize that when you make honorable choices, the best you can do is effectively like work to distance yourself from energy that often works from energy that works from energy that I like to describe from energy that works more in the like it's like self-serving energy will hurt those who make honorable choices because they'll look at someone making honorable choices and say like, oh, right, like oh, like, oh, you're so good, and being like, you were supposed to be good, right? And so I feel like that's the hard part about it because I see you and them potentially have been hurt before in the modality by which like you hold yourself to that standard. And I feel like in a way, like that is what's going to create, right? That's what I keep on seeing in terms of some kind of modality of celebration or the context. Like I just keep on seeing the context by which you hold yourself, right? I keep wondering, like, you're going to feel supported because I feel like it's a space by which you're not going to feel alone anymore, is what I keep on seeing, right? There's good people in this world, and you're going to know that because you're going to find it in each other. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Bridget. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. We have one more spot available today before the list will be closed. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Being Semilayo, please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. The next person we are reading for today is Stella. Stella, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Oh, we got to 58. Oh, actually, hold on a minute. Before you ask that question,